Hey, Craig.
Hey, bud.
Craig, do you support gay rights?
The
Suspicious
silence is
silence.
deafening. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Last time we had the party infiltrating the witch caves under Monmouth, which is also a city I visited in when I was in Oregon. Um, because where the bride and groom lived. Um, And you were infiltrating the base of the Second Dawn. You managed to sneak through a lot of the outlying security and enter the camp itself, but sort of at the last hurdle, you ran across a sensitive of some description that had some abilities to control you and although it was difficult, and she managed to delay you long enough for reinforcements to arrive, you did overcome her and knock her out. But unfortunately, May was captured, and Cal and Fish have gotten away and are currently hiding in a cave, sort of deeper in the cave system, away from the base wall. It seems like um, the Second Dawn members are hunting for them. May, in a sort of clever turn, decided to pretend that she was joining the Second Dawn, leaning on her experience in World War II and her genuine kind of disgust at the uh, atrocities of modern combat. Um, to appear sympathetic to the Second Dawn and without a certain sensitive being conscious enough to talk about who she was or what she was doing or who else was with her, um, was just out of an abundance of caution taken to a holding cell that seemed to be left over from when a coven of witches had residence here. A holding cell that extends into the rock both above and below and acts as a sort of magical Faraday cage. Magic can work within the cage and can work outside the cage, but cannot pass through it in any way, even in effect. Um, and while stewing there for a moment, the cage next door was occupied by someone who seemed to have been there for a long time, had a nice amount of furniture and supplies, and May recognized Krennet Brash, the kidnapped symbolist and reflection expert that the Second Dawn had apparently kidnapped some weeks before. And as May was left alone testing the bars of her cage, the symbolist next to her fellow uh, prisoner, just fellow, someone who works in your field, who understands what you do, a symbolist, a colleague, turned to you and went, "You gotta help me, man! Get me out of here!" And that is where we will open today. um, uh, Krennet Brash is clutching the bars of the cage, pressing his face to them, and kind of like trying to squeeze his face between the cage to get closer to you. And you can see that he is crying um, uh, as he finally has a company and a fellow prisoner who maybe will rescue him.
Wait, wasn't there a second person, or is it just him?
Nope, just him. There was
Oh,
a
okay.
guard, and they left.
Some reason I thought there were. Okay, no, that's good. All right. May's right away because May's now problem solving mode. She's going to try and message him to see if that works outside of the cage. and get a sense of what like the cage is affecting magically.
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, okay. Well, we're off to a bad start. That's a 7.
Okay. You message him, and you feel kind of nothing, and then the brush of his mind, and then the message doesn't quite go through. And with a
Okay.
7, I think you get the sense that entirely psychic powers are maybe deadened, but not stopped the way all other powers are by these bars. Essentially,
Okay.
there's something you would have to push through, but psychic abilities existing on an entirely different plane of existence don't interact with this symbol magic as much.
Okay. I can't remember. At the end of last session, did May try to do Mulder on a spot outside of the bars?
Yes,
And it
you
didn't
tried
work,
it.
did it?
It didn't work.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. May's going to then. I want. He's like, May's like, shut up, I'm thinking. I also want to do a general like roll for the area of potential like surveillance magics. I kind of don't think there are going to be any just by virtue of the second one being a mortal vibe. But
Give me. What exactly are you trying to do?
I want to
Surveillance
check if there's
magic.
any like symbols
Okay.
or even equipment.
Yeah.
If there's anything magical, essentially performing what a surveillance camera would do, like a live feed
Okay.
sort of thing.
You can either give me a symbol check or a perception check.
I'm going to do perception because that's better.
A perception will tell you more about the physical things, while a symbol will tell you more about what is hidden magically.
Mm. Um, it is the 50s. There's not really going to be anything hardcore. Okay, no, I will do Arcana then. So that is a 16.
Okay. There seems to be some symbols carved into the exit doors, not sort of the um, uh, cage itself. Uh, and they're a little too far away to make out what they are, but it would naturally follow that they may be some sort of alarms or something like that. With a 16, you don't really notice anything that's the equivalent of like a camera or anything like that. No sensors. Um, and the closest thing to like some kind of sensor is the place in which your equipment has been put, which is on the other side of the room. There is a kind of an open box where just some of your stuff was shoved in, and then a smaller like lock box that a cat went into and stuff like that. There is sort of a like proximity sensor on the lockbox that you can see across the room.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just writing this down so I can refer back to it throughout. Okay. With this in mind, May is finally going to give credit her attention. I was going to say, are you kind of brash?
Yeah. No, that's what I call myself. Yes.
Okay, listen to me very carefully, credit, Mr. Brash. She says, Mr. Brash. I've got a very thin cover for being here, but I think they're going to find out probably within half an hour or so. They think I'm on their side. I want to keep that going if I can't get us out in time. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Firstly, I know you're a symbolist like myself. Is there anything you've observed about these cages that might help us get out?
Yeah. Um, if you try and do magic on the cages, it doesn't work. And if you do like magic through the cages, it doesn't work. And if you try to make a simple thing that like, and then you throw it between the bars and it's supposed to activate it, doesn't work because it just like it kills it.
Mr. Brash, look at me, man. Is he close enough to dodge?
No, if you reached out at full extension, the two of you might have hands that are like a foot or two apart, so it's
Okay, never
maybe
mind.
possible to like pass each other something with a certain amount of thought, but you can't actually touch each other.
No, with more thing, she's gonna slap this man. Senses. Um, Mr. Brash, look at me. Look at me. Are you
Yeah.
okay? Okay, deep breaths, Mr. Brash. We're gonna get out of this one way or the other, but I need you calm. Fantastic breathing, Mr. Brash. I've never seen anyone taking so much oxygen. All right. Firstly, I know that you're a reflection expert. Have you been able to do any sort of magic that can make people think we're in these bars? Would you be able to create a reflection somehow? A
Oh, that's a good
construct.
idea. Oh, I haven't tried. Do you want me to try?
I would love you to try. While you
Okay.
do that, I'm going to try and create a sending stone of a sort in here to get out to my fellows. Okay.
Okay.
Are you okay? I've
Yeah.
got a plan. Okay, good.
How do you
I
make a
admit
sending
gladly,
stone?
by the way.
Oh, I'm
Your credit, yes, I know. But
yeah,
I'm just introducing myself.
right.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm so scared.
Mr. Brash, you're in the club, but we've got to keep this together.
Okay, okay. You make a sending thing, um, a magic phone, and I'll figure out reflection stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
So I literally woke up in the middle of the night with this thought. I want to see if I can somehow create, like, recreate sending magic. I'm actually not going to go through the bars, but like, if even if I can at least create like a sending stone of my own that I can like, if I get out of the cage, I can use. Specifically to try and connect with the enormous magical satellite not too far away.
Uh, Give me a tool check,
I don't have my
with
tool.
disadvantage because you don't have your
Yeah.
tools, and still the +6, but
Yeah.
with disadvantage. Uh,
14.
don't tell me the roll quite yet. The
Yeah.
DC for this is going to be 15 in order to make something, 20 in order to make something that kind of works, and
Well, I
25 in order to make something that is somewhat akin to a sending stone.
well, I got a 10.
You got a
So
10. Okay.
yeah.
Um, you um, you look around your cage and you find some old rotted boards that are in a corner. They've got some nails sticking out of them, and you manage to pry out some nails that you use to try to scratch into a rock some symbols, and it's really not working.
I mean, I was going to use mold earth if that gets
Oh, okay.
me some sort of bonus on the roll because it's a
Uh,
cantrip
well,
I have.
well, if you were gonna use mold earth, then you don't have to get the tool check.
Oh, okay, never
Tool
mind.
check bonus. Um, you just try a bunch of different ways. Nothing's coming out quite right. You're used to having all your materials, various reagents, various specialty things that help you do this. You've got to be so exact and precise without those things, and it's just not happening. You're in the worst possible situation to do like emergency symbol magic. Even if you had tools, you might be able to do something, without your reagents. You're used to working in the field, you're used to improvising, but god, there's improvising and then there's just having nothing. But it does probably, as you're struggling, occur to you that as you look over from your, like, pretty much entirely empty except for a hole in the ground to use as a toilet cage, Krennet Brash has a small but somewhat nice bed, a desk with a bunch of reagents and some carving tools and paints. Uh,
Such a
his
good point.
his bathroom has a curtain that closes around it. He's got a nice chair with a cushion. Um, you may be able to like get enough stuff from him to try again in a more in a more useful way, but with what you got in here, it's not happening.
Okay. In that case, May goes to the edge of the cage, but it's like facing Brash, and it's like, Mr. Brash, I don't mean to bother you, but do you have any spare tools? Because I'm working with a blunt nail at the moment.
Oh, okay, like what do you need? I got this thing. It's just like a little knife, and I got this. It's a chisel. I got some brushes and pens. Do you work in like inks at all, or does that help you? I've got ground ruby, I think, and then also some silver wire that I needed for a thing. Um, does that help you?
Does May roll? I don't know what. I guess like May probably works in like with a chisel the most, just by virtue of her
Yeah.
magic. But like, I don't know. Should I roll to see if any of that would also be useful to her? I don't really know enough about simple magic to
I
say.
think with the I think with that is included in the tool check you just
Cool.
made, and it's kind of like okay, some of that stuff would make certain things easier. It doesn't make it easy. It's being like we could do a complicated like pass through system to get me some equipment, and I would have a chance of making things, certainly a better chance than I have now. It still wouldn't be something that is easy or quick or uh, necessarily the most effective. Um, you see as you're trying your experiments, Brash finishes what is um, reflection magic at this point in time is it's something that it can be like a basic one can be done with like a string of 3 to 4 symbols. You can get like somewhat more complicated ones that you have like more control over and stuff like that. That is a little more complicated. You see that he has filled like an entire big sheet of parchment with symbols, just inking, and he tears it off and he walks into the middle of the cage and he goes, all right. Okay, Danny, you can do this.
Mr. Brash, hold on a second. Where is that reflection going to come out? In the cage?
Miss Gladley, there's no reflective surfaces in here.
Not even a mirror. All right. Are there any reflective surfaces anywhere else in the room?
Uh, with your perception check from before? No. And that may be on purpose.
Okay, yeah, it's a fair shot. Okay. Um, all right, Mr. Brash. I want you to put that in your pocket for now. We'll hold on to it for when we pass something vaguely reflective. What else can you make?
Okay. Um uh he like fully like rolls it up and then like folds it in half, just takes the roll and go and then shoves it in his pocket. And you're like, okay, well, maybe that's ruined. Maybe it's not. As he goes, what else can I do? 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 Is this anything? And then he sits down on the floor and he scribbles some symbols really fast, and you see that some little like sparkler fireworks shoot up from the floor and go, and there's just a little bit of smoke. Is that anything?
How big can you make those?
Um, maybe like twice this big.
Can you make them smushier?
No.
Do you know any symbols that can open the cages, Mr. Brash? Is there anything you've observed about these cages that seem vulnerable to being opened?
I don't know. I can see the I can't see the symbols on my cage, but I can see the symbols on your cage, and I like assume they're the same, right? Because like that makes sense. And I don't recognize any of them. They're really weird. They're like twisty, and there's knots, and there's figures. There's like okay, so um right above your bars, like right up there. Okay, there's a person, and they're like this, and then there's like a P with a snake tail shape. Um, that's a UFO. Um,
No, he's going to start touching randomly above that area to see if any of them trigger.
um, You are just slapping randomly, and nothing going on. You're like tracing the symbols, and you're like, okay, yeah, those are kind of foreign to me. I may be able to figure them out on a long enough time scale, but at least for right now, not gonna happen. None of them seem to be activating as you try and like push magic into them. They kind of like spark and resist your touch a little bit, and you think that maybe if you understood the symbols that were being used, you could find a way to disrupt it, but it's something you're going to have to study. And as you look across at the top of Brash's cage, you can see you're like, okay, there is a bunch of symbols there. Okay, I can kind of see the P with a snake tail and the person doing this. Okay, the symbols are probably the same. That is vaguely what he described.
Um, Sorry, I'm doing some mighty big thinking right now. Um, and I've got no spell points left. That's the real problem here. I'd be fine if I had spell points left. Um, with layers of history, I can apparently determine the historical and possibly monetary value of the objects I come across. Blah blah blah. What does it specifically mean by historical value?
Um, it's from being an archaeologist, so it's the thing of being like you pick up a coin at a dig site and you're like, okay, we have discovered literally 70,000 of these in the last
Okay,
year
so we
because of
know
that
they're not
one
rare.
shipwreck. So this can be a souvenir for somebody versus like this changes everything.
Okay.
You had no
Um,
idea these people were trading this far east.
um, Mr. Brash, how long is that length of wire you have?
It's like you know what a surfboard is?
How big of a
Like a,
surfboard?
it's like a surfboard length. Like I don't know, that's like
Is it taller than me, Mr. Brash?
yes.
How much taller than me?
I don't know, like maybe like 2 feet.
Okay, so 7 feet. 7 feet 5. How long is the gap, Patrick? Would that wire go between the gap?
That is about that is enough for you to like get the wire all the way between your cages and maybe kind of like have a little extra.
Is it clear to me that these cages are like their own contained magical circuit of a sort?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So with the recent work May's done on the machine thing with rerouting the power stuff,
Hmm.
um, I am thinking that if May can connect the cages through the wire as a way of channeling magic, that she can disrupt the magic. Potentially.
Give me an Arcana check.
Fuck. It's a 4.
Okay. You do definitely think something would happen by magically linking them together. You're not sure about whether it's disruption or whether it would weaken the effect, or it might even just act as a bridge so that functionally the two cages act as one internal magical space. So you could like do magic in his cell or something like that. You think it'll do something. You don't really know what until you try.
It's worth a shot. It's not gonna fucking. It can't get any worse. May poses this idea to him, and basically, I want them. It's like metal wire, right? Like it's not gonna flop. You just unfurl it and like stick it across the
It's
gap.
it's it's pretty thin, but he can poke it across and get it out there. And with your instructions, you wrap the wire around your two bars, and they are connected.
Also, I want to specify the wire is not going to be. It's like at the very bottom of the cages, so it won't.
Mhm.
It's slightly less noticeable, hopefully,
Okay.
if they come in. And then May's going to try messaging him, just like testing.
Okay. You feel a little bit of resistance, that it feels weaker than before, and then as you reach out and kind of touch the wire and like connect the circuit, you feel like a magical pressure, a just boom, and then as that fades away, your message goes through, and it's easy, and there's no issue at all.
Okay, now May's going to try Mulder just to see if it's literally just like outside the cage to see if it's
Okay.
subject to the extra cages.
Give me an Arcana check.
That's a 12.
With a 12, you can actually try to mold the earth outside the cage. It does move a little bit. It doesn't really respond as well as it should, but that in and of itself tells you that whatever kind of like field is weakening to a certain extent. Um, and as you kind of think through it with a 12, you're kind of like, okay, field between mine and I assume his is weakened in some way. They're now connected together, so maybe I can do magic in his place, or maybe it's also like I can do it just outside his cage. Maybe this is a thing of like essentially the symbols that make it a cage were for a like designed for a kind of size space, and now I have made that space a little bit larger than the magic can handle, and that's why it's weakening a little bit. That's about what a 12 gives you.
Okay. With how these cages are set up on the ground, is there a metal part, or like, is it raised above the ground, even if it's hidden by rock?
The you are just straight on rock. You have dug down before and see that the cage is complete on all sides. There is essentially bars bit underneath the
Okay,
earth,
Fastberry.
but it is like embedded in the rock, and you were just standing on rock.
Okay, but there is flat metal beneath.
There's bars beneath if you dig down enough.
Oh, okay. So it's not okay. So it's like bars all around, not
Yeah.
flat. Okay, there goes my reflection idea. If anyone has any ideas, would love that.
I pose my question again. Can Cat walk?
Cat can walk, but I don't know that she's has the capacity to both respond to voice, like to vocal commands, or to get out of the box that she's in. She's in like a locked box, right?
She is in a locked box,
Yeah.
and you have always given her commands while holding her. You have never you've like
Yeah.
essentially the verbal commands you've given her before are like, I'm holding you, I'm gonna set you over there, walk towards me when you next hear my voice, or something like that. Like it's part of a sequence of events that you've already
Yeah.
asked
Not
of
an
her in a way.
It's not an actual intelligence. Yeah, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that's all I have for you.
It's still like a good idea. I'm doing some, like I said, some mighty big thinking. How much time has passed?
This has been about 10 minutes or so, and you can hear some sounds outside the door. It sounds like at least somebody's going to come back pretty soon.
Okay.
I hate to say this, and I'm saying this to come up with a better plan, but all you need to call a reflection is water. I'm not saying Krennic should take a big piss, but you do. If you create water somehow, you don't have a toilet. Unless Krennic does have a toilet. Maybe he's been upgraded further.
I'm trying to think if it's too much metagaming though to have May connect those sequences of events now that she's on like the field connection thing. But she was thinking about. I was like already having her think about how to get a reflection out before.
Well,
the bar
again,
thing.
it's common knowledge that you can pull one from water because skullduggery does that.
True. All
Yeah,
right.
that's not like a deep cut. That's, in my opinion, basic
Yeah.
lore knowledge.
Okay. Maybe
You
a
just have to figure
message.
out how to get water.
Yeah, I
Maybe
would say
gonna-
that's not necessarily universally known, but among at least symbolists or people who are
Yeah.
familiar with how magic like works as a construct. That's pretty uh, normal to know.
Okay. I'm maybe going to message Brash, because I'm now thinking about the person outside the room, and go, they're about to come in, I think. So don't say anything, pretend that, like, you hate me, we hate each other. Like, I'm not on your side. I am obviously on your side, but if we're not on each other's side, is there any water in your cell?
Out loud, Brash goes, "The voices are back! Oh, 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 oh!" And then he points at you, and you hear psychically, "I hear you, Miss Gladly. Yes."
Yes, you hear me, or yes, there's water?
Yes. And then there's
How
like
big
a
is the
pause,
water?
and then he casts message on you, and then he goes, "Yes, there is water, and also I can hear you."
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Brash. Can't you pull a reflection from water? Is it wrong with the carbon capturing?
Oh shit! Yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think so. Theoretically, maybe. Yeah, yes.
Okay. Don't do anything yet. But they're probably going to take me from this room. If you end up encountering a woman who's a necromancer, if they come in, so there'll be a woman who's a necromancer and a person who will have some Maori face tattoos. If you know what they look like, they're both very distinct individuals. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about when you see them. If they come in,
How
they
do I
will
know
help
that
you.
they're a necromancer? Is it kind of like an evangelical thing where it's like they always tell you, you start a
She's
conversation and they go
wearing
like, "I'm saved by
black.
Christ."
She's wearing a huge
Okay,
black
cool.
robe. You won't be able to see her
Okay,
face or
cool.
anything.
Yeah.
They will be probably yelling at each other, yes.
Okay.
But they're also from the sanctuary and they will help you if you tell them that I passed this message on and so forth. But for now, don't do anything. Please don't do anything brash, for lack of a better word. Do not pull out a reflection unless there's no other option.
Okay. You watch the joke about his name entirely sail over his head as he is in this situation, and as the door starts opening,
Takes up a position just like lounging on the floor.
and he goes, and then turns it and jumps on his desk and pretends to be working.
On his desk.
He's got like a writing desk that he did stuff on. But yeah, you see him. He's like shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
And he is there. Um, uh, and inside you see steps. Celeste, and following behind her, a Second Dawn member carrying two chairs and some pillows. Comes in front of your cage as she walks past Brash's cage. She looks at him and gives him a little nod, and he nods back and is still kind of like shaken, and she's kind of like, and then goes over to see you. Chair gets set down, and she sits in it, and she says, "Miss Gladly, if you wouldn't mind stepping away from the bars for just a moment. Hopefully we'll only have you in there for just a very short amount of time, but, we want you to be comfortable while we're here."
Oh, of course. No problem. May steps back, and May is paying attention to whatever they're going to do to unlock the door.
The door doesn't have any kind of unlocking mechanism that you see. The henchman kind of puts his hand on it and goes to push it open, and it just unlocks. and you don't see him fiddling with any key. You don't see
Or
any kind of.
symbols? Is he pressing it in a specific area?
You don't see that he is like
Lining
that.
it up or anything?
Yeah, that he's lining it up, or there's like a keypad or anything like that. He just kind of pushes it open, and he brings in a chair. You can see it's pretty nice, and even though it is like a normally uncomfy wooden chair, it does have like some cushions on it that clearly didn't come with the chair that they're including. And as he leaves and relocks the door, Celeste kind of waves him to step off to the side and says, "Again, I'm very sorry about the accommodations. Please have a seat."
So has Celeste introduced herself yet to me? Does May have a
No,
name? I don't think she does.
I don't believe so.
No, okay. May kind of goes, of course, no problem, and like thumbs the pillow up and takes a seat on it. And she's sitting in a relaxed but like attentive way. In a very like, yeah.
I have to say, you and your friends really did a number on poor Miss Saccad, but fortunately, it seems like she'll be okay. So thank you for sparing her. She's very important to our
Oh, is
operation.
that just you're sensitive? Of course, I'm
Yeah.
yes, I am sorry. If I had a redo, I would be doing things differently, as you might imagine.
Oh, yes. Well, I would expect most of those joining our organization usually reach out to one of our agents, and there is sort of a process. They don't typically mm, break in to our facility.
I am an archaeologist, Miss. I'm sorry, what was her name?
Celeste will do.
Celeste. May is like. um. Anyway, like I said, I'm an archaeologist, and it is a poor habit of mine. I must admit, but when I see a cave, I can't help but take a gander.
Oh, well, I quite understand. And of course, caves are always the source of mystery, which is why you'd bring detectives with you.
Yes, of course. And I imagine you're now going to ask why I didn't mention said detectives.
Yes. And of
Monologue
course,
time.
since you didn't challenge the comment about your friends, I do know that they're with you. So, um, Garrett, if we could just, try to avoid lethal force when we bring them in, I'd appreciate it. Pass the word along. So I can assume, based on the description, that was, and you see she like references a little note she pulls out of her pocket, and she goes, Detective Fish and Detective Denier. Um, I didn't see any sign of Detective Vaunt. Is she around?
Could we pause for a second? When she's saying this, based on the description, is that as if she's overheard what I was saying to Brash?
Uh, Give me a insight check.
Okay. That is a 16. Because I know it could have been what Etso told her, but I'm going to check.
With a 16, you feel that she is fishing a little bit. She doesn't know that it's those people, but she suspects and is kind of getting you to confirm it. But this doesn't sound like someone gave a really in-depth physical description. This sounds like maybe, or that they overheard you. It sounds like maybe they got a description from someone at the bar and are like matching
Yeah.
it to pre-existing like intelligence information.
Okay, cool. So sorry, can you repeat what she said to me?
She said essentially that I assume this is Detective Fish and Detective Denier running around. I wonder if Detective Vaunt is with you.
Okay. May like raises the brow and says, "Well, you are well informed. I take it this entire town is perhaps not the entire town, but most of them are in on the Second Dawn, perhaps."
Well, into various degrees, we have supporters, and we like to be well informed about potential enemies or potential targets.
Well, completely understandable. I think it's very admirable fostering a community like that. You don't get that very much these days among our mortal kinfolk. But yes, your descriptions are correct, or your intel perhaps are correct. As for Detective Vaunt, well, I was never particularly close to her, but from what I understand, she's been, she's quit. Perhaps she's also seen that the sanctuary is less than she expected.
Well, it's a shame. Maybe we'll reach out to her in a few months, see how she would appreciate a change of careers.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. But anyway, you came here to ask me questions. Have at
Of
it.
course. I actually think we can help each other quite a bit in this situation. Starting with, what did you mean when you said that the sanctuary is on its way?
Oh, well, I meant what I said. So you see, okay, I'm thinking for a second. Well, the detective and the cleric. um, well, they're part of this little team the Sanctuary put together to try and basically find out more about the Second Dawn and so on. They know that you're sorry, and by I mean about the Second Dawn, specifically what you're planning to do moving forward. The thing is, though, that they are not very well prepared in general, the Sanctuary. However, they did see fit to send some guards. Are you familiar with what scythes are?
Yes.
Yes, they sent
We've
some
killed our
scythes through
fair
with
share.
us. Sorry?
We've killed our fair share.
Yeah, I imagine they're not very strong. Another reason for why the Sanctuary is not very well prepared. But yes, that's what I meant. It's far from a crack team, let me tell you.
And by on the way, you mean in town? On their way here?
Oh no, they're standing on the sidelines. Uh, Look, to be really honest with you, Celeste, theoretically, if the detective and the cleric were competent individuals, they would have already found the site to be coming in to quote unquote rescue me, unnecessarily, of course. I think it's far more likely you're going to catch them before they do that. And the site will just wait on command until, I imagine there's some sort of time period that passes and it sparks the thought, oh, perhaps we should see what's going on. Because that's generally how it goes with the sanctuary. Like I said, they're not very good at planning. I don't think you're under a threat, though, if you've got a whole town, to some degree, ready to go at any given moment.
She's gonna roll a insight check against you to kind of see the sincerity of these of this attitude. Let me get up her stat block real fast.
I will say, May isn't exactly lying about her feelings. She does feel the sanctuary, is in
Yeah.
general bad at planning. She does think maybe more fish than Cal isn't particularly competent. But she's
Exactly,
leaning into being a bastard about it.
which is why it's not like a deception check I'm making you roll. Like, she's just trying to kind of feel out how genuine this is. Which that is a 14. So I'd say that's the level of being like these are real problems that you genuinely feel. Maybe you're selling it a little bit to someone who's holding you captive, but you are right and you believe what you were saying.
Yeah. May just gain away.
You actually kind of watch as Celeste just leans back a little bit and just kind of like disappears in her own mind for a second, and then says, "What can you tell me about recent sanctuary action in Canada, since they are so incompetent, as you say?"
What does Patrick? Sorry, Patrick. What does May actually know? Recent action.
I mean, there is a certain amount of being like, well, Sanctuary is doing all kinds of shit all the time. I'm not in those meetings. I don't know what their agents are doing in like East Asia right now or whatever. But you sort of generally know like what the other detective team did, which was um, uh, foil a second dawn plot to assassinate the prime minister and replace him with a reflection. And you know, generally speaking, like what happened with the ruins and what happened with kind of the attack on the sanctuary and stuff like that. You can give like a general feeling of being like the sanctuary is kind of in chaos. This is sort of kind of what they've been up to recently. But it's also a matter of like how much you want to reveal and in what way.
Okay. Okay. Maybe going to say, well, I'll be upfront with you. I am just a freelancer, so I'm not exactly privy to the deep inner workings. But I know they were under attack recently, which I believe might have been your lot, given the outlandishness of it in a very unusual and inventive way, which they were obviously very unhappy about. What else? What else? I know there was something to do with a plot of the Second Dawns with the mortal prime minister, but I don't know the ins and outs. Oh yes, they are convinced that you have some sort of magical bomb, which I'm not convinced is the case, but they're quite worried about it. May's like she's like lounging, but when she's talking about the bomb, she's like really paying attention to how Celeste reacts.
Okay, give me an insight check then.
Okay. That's better. That's what I like to see. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. Dirty 20. She is going to try and like, you know, she asked you these questions, so she's trying to like hold her facial expressions back. You see that when you talk about like these clever operations that they did, she's just kind of like taking that in, and like you're seeing like kind of the flattery is just rolling off of her, like it's
Okay.
not being factored into her decision making at all. When you say the thing about the prime minister, her gaze kind of sharpens a little bit of being like that's something she's interested in, you know. And then when you get to the bomb with a dirty 20, you can't tell the emotion behind it because she also rolled very well, but you can see that she like becomes very still at the moment you mention it and is still for just a moment before she says, well, I don't understand all the ins and outs of the magic, as I'm sure you do, but my understanding is that a bomb is a gross oversimplification. It's capable of so much more.
No, you're not wrong, Celeste. I was actually part of the expedition that was hoping to find it.
Yes, we heard that, and well, we were informed that you are in fact cooperating with us on that dig.
I was, yes. Oh, and still am, feasibly.
And yet we didn't recover what we were asked to, which is certainly interesting.
Well, you've spent a lot of time in caves. I imagine you know how quickly they can crumble. It's maybe difficult to believe, but my entire life's work was kind of based around finding that piece of equipment. So believe me, I am just as unhappy as you are about how it turned out, which is not a lie.
Yes, give me a persuasion check.
Yeah, that is 14.
With a 14, you can see that she's really watching you, watching this reaction, and kind of like weighing the pros and cons of kind of like letting you in further, and then she stands up and says, "Excuse me, Miss Gladley, I believe I should go check on my people and see how the hunt for the detectives is going, as well as, of course, check in on poor Miss Saccad. Thank you for your help. I'm sure we will circle back to discussion a bit later." And she turns to the henchman, still kind of standing in the corner, and says, The conditions in this cage are dreadful. Why don't we see about getting some creature comforts for Miss Gladly while she's here? And she starts to walk out. As she does, she pauses at Brash's cage and speaks to him fairly quietly. You can try and listen in to a certain extent, but uh, if you're not interested, I'm not going to tell you what happened. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
they will just ask later, which you can message Rash.
Mhm. Yeah. And Brash seems a little nervous about answering and seems to like shake his head. And Celeste kind of scowls at him and then turns away and closes the door. And you're left alone, just the two of you again.
May's gonna message Rash and be like, "So what was that about?"
While they've had me here, they've been constantly asking, like, dude, my guy, just like, make us like magic grenades and stuff. And I'm like, cool, I totally know how to do that, and I don't totally know how to do that, so I'm just lying, and I'm just like. Just like, kind of stringing them along, getting them, make me get more stuff and things.
Okay, so what have you been telling them exactly? How long have you been here?
Oh, I was captured at the fancy party with the society rich people, and I was in a car, and then I was in a place, and then I was in another place, and then I was in this place, and so it has been. I don't know. I haven't seen the sun in a while. Maybe like a week, like maybe week and a half,
Ooh,
2 weeks.
does May roughly know how long that is?
Yes, this
Yeah.
is because you've seen the reports from the other detectives. You're kind of like, oh, he was captured, and there was maybe like a day of transit, and he's been here ever since. So you can tell him exactly how long he's been captured if you want to, but
Yeah, how long is it?
I would have to look at the calendar. But
Oh,
I
okay.
do I do think it's something like 12 or 13 days at this point.
Oh, okay, so it's
Maybe a
not
little
actually that long. Okay.
yeah,
May is
maybe a little
like,
bit
yeah, so
longer.
it's been about 2 weeks, Mr. Brash.
Why don't I actually look up what the real answer is? Give me just a moment.
Yeah, sure.
This is why I maintain a calendar after all. Um, he was kidnapped on the 23rd, and it is, I believe, the 6th now.
Okay.
So yeah, just under 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay, so May tells him that. I'm kind of like he at a loss as to how to get. I feel like we're onto something with the wire and the magic being weakened. No, I've got it. Okay. Um, wait, hang on. The guard could still come back.
As
As I'm just waiting.
you sort of examine your surroundings and wait in your cage, the guard does come back, and he's got a little, it's just like a little chest you can use as a dresser. He comes back dragging sort of a straw mattress, no bed frame, but with some sheets and a pillow. Um, he drags over a table that has seen better days, but that you can use. And he eventually he eventually orders you over to one side of the bars. You have to put your hands through the bars, and he ties them together so he has access to your cage, and he sets up your furniture for you. And between all of this coming back and forth, we're going to say about another half an hour passes. What is it like in the cave right now? um, between once again, you have no idea where May is or if she's even okay. And you have left and hidden. You in the time it took you to travel to this area was about the time that May was first taken in and like getting acquainted with her circumstances. So it has now been about half an hour to 40 minutes since you heard people pursuing you, found this cave, and kind of tuck yourself in. So maybe long enough to start to get uncomfortable as people left, but not so long to be unbearable.
Fish is keeping themselves posted up at the crack
Hmm.
to watch, and Kakano is under instruction to stick with Cal and make sure she doesn't freak out from the claustrophobia of it all. Fish does not think that Cal is claustrophobic, but just in relation to them, for sure.
Fishophobic.
Yeah.
All right. In the course of that 40 minutes or so posted up, you have heard echoes of footsteps, and it is obvious to you that the search is still kind of ongoing. And at one point, you hear a quiet discussion, and then the creak of footsteps going up the ladder nearby to where you hid, and up through a trapdoor.
Okay. Fish hears this, but instead of reporting it, they go, "You know who would have been, you know, you know who would have been good to bring on this mission? Sarah."
Nothing was preventing you from asking. I think she had her own mission of hunting down the ghost eater corpse.
Yeah, no, hindsight is 2020. I'm just saying that should have invited her. Yeah, that was bad on my part.
Or she would have started yelling at people or gotten bored from having to hide.
Well, we're not hiding in the scenario where Sarah's here. She would have shot everyone with a gun.
He does like to do that.
I think Cal has been keeping her um what is the word I'm trying to think of? Timepiece, but more specific, pocket watch. And is kind of aware of when her Pass Without Trace is going to be less effective, but is trying to keep up with what she can of like what kind of magic fume she has of just making this feel look very dark. Nothing, having light have difficulty passing into the
Yes.
entrance and stuff like that. But I do think she'd be keeping Fish aware that it's being like the more they pass by here and they check it out in this time, the better, because we're going to want them to have eliminated this as a possibility by the point that my cloaking magic is wearing out.
Yeah. And, Pass Without Trace certainly helps you hiding in the cave, but it also helps you when you're kind of moving around. And in the cave, you have woven a bunch of shadows over the entrance to make the crack even harder to see from the outside. Fish would be able to tell, although not necessarily Cal, because Fish is the one posted up in the entrance, that this is kind of like a little bit of a thoroughfare of like it seems like in addition to searching for you, people do actually use this cave as like an entrance or exit, just not necessarily super commonly. So kind of like
Yeah.
the amount of people when the searching is done or they've eliminated this area as a possibility, um, the amount of traffic will kind of decrease significantly, but not necessarily disappear entirely.
We could invite Kakano to start looking out.
Yeah. Would you be up for that, buddy? You think you could do that?
I can explore and be sneaky.
Yeah, you can. And the moment that you feel you're in danger, you just let me know, and I can unsummon you and summon you back, and that should be fine. Yeah.
Okay,
That was
Dad.
my thought.
Just so you know, the unsummoning and summoning me back is like, it's not bad, but it's like vaguely uncomfortable. You know, when you kind of like sit for a little too long and your butt starts to fall asleep, it kind of feels like that a little bit. Like it's not bad. And I like doing that when I'm in danger because, you know, it's fine. But I'm just saying that, like, you know, let's not get into the habit of being like, Kekino, you're on the other side of the sanctuary. Let's put you in the pocket dimension and then bring you to me instead of walking. Because I like walking. I see all my
Yeah.
friends that way.
Cal picks up Kekano and goes, well, then you'll just have to be very sneaky then.
Very sneaky. Okay. Okay. I can do this.
You can do
Where
it.
do I
You
go?
can. Oh,
Do we want to get reinforcements from May, or do we want to try and figure out where she is
Mercy.
and take herself?
Mercy in the sides. Where did we leave them, by the way?
You left them in a hotel in the next town over, about an hour's drive, or a little bit less than an hour's drive.
Kekano,
From where
learn
you
how to
originally are.
drive!
But you also, yeah, you were witness to May kind of putting the call out, and you heard the response of Mercy in the Side. So they may be like on the move, but where on the move you don't know.
Well, perhaps, Kekano, if you find us a path out of here and you make it sort of, I don't know, difficult to access by anybody but us, we can just try to sneak out of there and come back for May.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have
Get to the surface, pal.
additional cloakring for us for about 20 more minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just explore and see what's what. Okay,
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dad,
It'll be great, buddy. Yes.
Polygenist, be safe. Okay, I'll be right back to protect you. Okay.
Thank you.
And he wiggles his little seal butt out of the cave. I'm going to give a stealth check for him with his +10 for his pass without trace. Ba-bum. Okay.
Petra rolls an 11 and immediately goes, Kekano immediately goes, Dad!
No, I'm keeping what he rolled for stealth private because you're not there.
God.
Well,
we didn't get a distress
Fish
call.
is connected
So.
to him. Fish is connected to him by brains, so maybe you can tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I can like send it to you if you want.
It's fine. Anyway. Yes.
He slips out and starts heading around. You hear him when he's kind of immediately outside the cave, and you hear him say, "Okay, there's no one here now, and there's a ladder. I'm gonna climb the ladder, or a little bit."
You could even do it a lot of bit.
He goes, eh, eh, eh.
Yeah.
No, Dad, I can only climb it a little bit. I got up 2 parts. I got up 2 parts of the ladder. There's like 20 more parts.
Uh, okay, look, 2 parts is really good. You did a great job.
Yeah.
Maybe
Smells nice though.
what does it smell like?
It smells like trees.
Oh, okay, then look, you're probably close. Would you doing so well? Would you try one more rung?
Okay. Oh no. And you feel him fall off the ladder.
Oh,
No.
uh there's a little oof and then he goes, "I'm okay." Yeah, maybe the trapdoor up there is like in the forest or the edge of town or like in a garden or something. I don't know, something with trees. I tried.
okay. You
I'm
did.
gonna
You did your best.
I'm gonna explore this stuff without climbing now.
Good idea.
Okay. And he sneaks off. You
Fish keeps Cal updated on the goings on. Maybe doesn't
Well,
like specify that he fell.
yeah.
He's just like, yeah, he tried to get up there and no, it didn't work. Anyway,
I think while Kekno is exploring, if there's any particularly long lull in silence of like Kekno updates, Cal is going to turn to them and go, "Will you combust if you don't speak for 10 minutes?"
he just has been anxiously like, doing the leg jiggle. So it's like,
Mhm.
yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
Keep it quiet, but I mean, I've been intending on asking you about your father.
Oh, yeah, my dad. What? I have one.
Congratulations.
Do you have one?
Technically, but he went to the other side when I was very young. I didn't know him very well.
Oh, okay. My condolences. Wait, no, is okay. This is culturally insensitive of me. Is it like a good thing when that happens?
It is, so I think we all agreed that it would have been better if Elysium and I hadn't been so young.
Yeah. Well, y- yes. That. On the topic of Sarah, last week while we were doing all the necromancer stuff, she was. I noticed her take like a little bit of an interest in you. Nothing sinister, but just like you're veiling. And
Not a
don't
cow
worry.
laugh.
And I don't want you to worry about it, Dinya, because I noticed and I sat her down and I had a talk to her about it. And she was just like, oh, I was just wondering the color of her hair, her being you in this instance. But I laid down the law and I said to her, I said, now listen, Sarah, we're all curious, but it's Denia's private business that we're not going to intrude upon. And so she asked me not to tell you any of this, of course. So don't tell her I told you. But it made me think that, she probably wouldn't be the only one with those curiosities. There could be, like tractate, for example. So I just wanted to, tell you to watch out for that
What do you
in
think
their
that?
brain. I've perfectly deflected talking about my father.
So what you think that Sarah or Jamal are going to try to ambush me and try to rip off my veil. It's very secure, you know.
Not Sarah, because I told her not to, and she respects my authority. But you know, tractate, it could go any way.
I don't think that's a concern with Jamal.
Why?
Well, if you say Sarah respects your authority, then he respects mine.
So you wouldn't would you mind if he wanted to see you though?
I mean, unfortunately, have accepted he probably does. That doesn't mean I'm going to show him.
You know, I really think that that's the best move, because like, stick by your guns, and you really like, for whatever reason, this is the thing that you got to do. I noticed that no other necromancers do it, so obviously it's something that it matters to you personally. And yeah, fucking Denier, just go for it and do whatever you need to do. And Kagano, buddy,
Yeah, Dad.
how's it going?
There's a lot of rocks.
Can we get out of here?
I went down one cave and it was a dead end, and then I went down another cave and it was a dead end. And now I'm in this tunnel, and I think it's a tunnel that we came down, 'cause it smells like us. And I'm um going along, but I think I'm getting a little far where I won't be able to talk to you in my head. Um and I don't know. I maybe smell something. It- there might be people coming. Let me.
Okay,
I'm
hide
gonna
hide from the people.
I'm gonna hide. Okay.
Yes, good boy. He's hiding. All right. Anyway, well, okay, good chat. Goes to
So is
go,
the
continues peering out.
is the god kid thing hereditary?
Well, since I'm the son of my father, who is a god, then I guess so.
And you don't have any siblings?
That I know of, but there could be some out there. You know, my dad is like manifesting in multiple people, so who could also be out there having children. So
Intriguing. And this is all news to you.
yes. I'm actually really grateful to Kit, actually, to bringing it up, and also like he helped me actually connect up with my dad. Yeah, we did a bit of like a brain psychic go into another dimension. Met his grandmother, so his grandmother's a goddess. She asked me to do some stuff. I don't know what the stuff is yet. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm grateful to him, even though he's a little shit.
Yeah,
But he fucking
terrible. But I'm glad he's useful for you.
well, disappeared before I could thank him.
I'm unfortunately positive we will, at least you will be seeing him again.
Yeah. So my dad being a god and all, the right term for that is atua, actually.
She actually takes out her notebook and she goes, "And how would you spell that?"
Oh, atua.
Well, I don't believe I've ever seen any of that in my research on religious tomes before, but I'll keep an eye on it. Not that I expect you would ever willingly read a book to educate yourself, but maybe
Okay,
Captain.
well, I was about to list off that. You know what? April this year, this really great book came out. I enjoyed it a lot by
That's
Ian
reading
Fleming.
for entertainment, not for reading for education.
Yes,
Which
none of
is
that.
not to say that doesn't have value, but
His name is James Bond, and he goes and he plays. He goes and plays at a casino.
all right.
That's what the book's about.
Mm-mm.
All right, back to looking at the hole.
Dad, I managed to hide from the peoples, and they went past me. They were talking about you and Collagenous.
Oh, yeah, talking about how handsome we are. Well, handsome I am. Danielle, would you describe yourself as handsome?
No.
I think Collagenous has a great heart and looks very nice.
Cal has not heard that part.
How would you describe yourself, actually?
Intelligent.
I'm talking appearance-wise.
You're feeling this information back to Sarah?
I just told you I put her in her place. I would never betray your trust like that.
Then why would you care?
Because we're friends? No?
Debatable,
Okay,
but
that's fine. I don't like you anyway. It's fine. Kagano, so they're saying how handsome I am. What what way are they going?
Oh yeah, we're talking about finding fish and denier, which is Collagenous' other name, and they were saying that you were dangerous and to
Oh,
capture
no.
you but not kill you
Oh.
was the thing.
Ah.
And that they said that there was a lady who was sick or injured. I think it might have been the lady that we fought,
Oh.
and they're saying that she's going to wake up, and that it's not going to matter because she can find things and people and things.
But she's not awake now.
I don't know about right now, but they said that she would wake up. I don't know.
Okay, Denier, I'd love to sit here and chat all day. I'd love nothing more. As you know, I could go on and on and on. However, they're looking for us. They're not going to kill us. So what if we just like go out there to negotiate?
like the latter idea.
I'm sorry. This is Ink asking for clarification. What?
Just go up
As
the
in
ladder.
taking the ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, because I could tell you more about Casino Royale if you like.
I'm sure you will. You can tell them about Casino Royal if they capture you. Let's try at least to escape first.
Oh, we're not going to go and say hi? That's what I was thinking. Because that woman back there, she can like apparently like track us. Like when she wakes up, it kind of seems like a moot point to keep hiding. Better
Which
to
is
go
why
out.
get out. Kyle has now started talking to fish like they are a small child, which is why we are going to go up the ladder now while I still have cloaking magic and we get out of her proximity before she wakes up.
Okay.
I will say this has
Mm.
been more than 10 minutes. This is like right at the end. Pass Without Trace is shutting down.
Okay.
You said I had
Thank you.
20.
It's probably been about 15 at this point. Kekano's been exploring for a little while. You've been in the cave.
Okay. Thank you for explaining it to me like I'm Kekano. I'm gonna pull myself together. It turns out I don't think I like confined spaces that much, at least with you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Fish, let's go. Yep.
Dad, are we going?
Yes, come meet us at the ladder and I'll pick you up and I'll carry you up there and we'll go and
Okay,
deal with the
that would be
trees.
nice because I only got up like 2 and a bit rungs, and it was very hard.
Yeah, you did, and you did so well. And when we're home and safe, we'll train you on the ladder. But for
Okay,
now, I'll scoop you right up.
okay.
Um, it is going to take him more than 5 minutes to get back to you. So that is kind of the choice of you can wait to meet him and help him physically up, but you will essentially have Pass Without Trace in the mine, but in the caves, but not outside of it. Or you can summon Kekano to make it go a little quicker, which gives you a little bit of time. Um, uh, but yeah,
I'm gonna go get him. You go up the ladder.
Alright. They still have their summoning stones to communicate with each other, right?
yeah, you still have your standing stones.
Good luck.
Thanks, you too. Fish goes.
Okay. As Cal heads up the ladder and uh, finds the trapdoor.
Can I do a leather daddy check?
A leather daddy check?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Death sense?
So, yeah, just do I need a roll?
For death sense, you don't sense any dead bodies in the immediate vicinity, either down here in the caves or up above.
And I don't expect sense anybody wearing a leather jacket, which I've lightly retooled.
Um, Give me a Arcana check with disadvantage, just because up top would be kind of at the limits of your range.
I'm gonna convince Nine to buy everyone cool matching leather jackets. She would be so down.
She would be so down. It's a real shame. That is a strategy that would work on her.
That's a 26.
Okay. With the 26, you know that your range extends to basically up to the top of the ladder where the trapdoor is, and then just like maybe 5 feet around it, just because you're down so low to begin with. And you don't sense any kind of leather goods there. And as you're climbing up, the area kind of increases and increases and increases, and you don't get a sense. You start to get sense some like dead birds and stuff like that, but you don't get a sense of somebody in the immediate area. That's not to say that nobody is like in eye line of the trap door, but nobody's like standing on it or around it. At least that's wearing leather products.
Yeah, Cal will, as quietly and stealthily as possible, open up the trapdoor and try to slip out.
Okay. As you push open the trap door and slip out, you find yourself in the woods outside town. There is the trapdoor opens up just under a large tree that seems to have been struck by lightning, so it's partially kind of burned, sort of by marker in the forest. And As you get out, there's a lot of disturbed earth and stuff around there, and old drag marks, things like that. Clearly, this is a used, if not necessarily super frequently, entrance and exit. And yeah, you can slip off into the woods. Any particular direction?
Cal's gonna find a close by hiding spot to wait for Techno and Fish.
Okay, cool. Give me a survival check. And yes, it is still raining, although not as heavily. It is raining a little lighter, and as you kind of flit through the forest, you're somewhat undercover a lot of the times. You're only getting damp rather than wet.
15.
Okay. With a 15, you manage to find a log that is propped up against a large rock that has a small space underneath that's a little bit deeper in shadow. And with that 15, I will allow you to, I will say that you have enough time to use the last of your Pass Without Trace for this stealth check.
So do another stealth check.
Yep, do a stealth check with your plus 10.
That's a 22.
At 22. Okay. Um, With a 22, you tuck yourself into the shadows here and wrap more around you. You've got good sight lines on the trap door without being right on top of it. And you can see in the distance flickers of light that uh, that maybe flashlights, maybe sort of outskirt lights of the city, house lights, things like that. Something in the distance, but nothing that seems too close. And you sit in to wait. Meanwhile, downstairs in the cave, um, Kekano and Fish are moving towards each other to be reunited. You know where Kekano is, but this is a cave system. There's a lot of twists and turns and blind corners and dead ends. So give me a survival check with advantage, and then I'm going to have you roll a stealth check.
Thank you for finally giving me the opportunity to show off my new dice.
Ooh, that's very pretty.
Yes, I'm very happy with them. Oh, get the fucking second one. With advantage, you say?
Mhm.
Survival, you say?
Mm-hmm.
10.
With a 10, you take the shortest path to Kekano, which immediately puts you in a dead end, but you manage to kind of work your way around and get through the cave system. It just takes a little bit longer to reach Kekano on his way back to you. Now give me that stealth check with the last of that plus 10.
I bought these as a birthday present to myself.
Mm-hmm.
And what does it
And
give me?
they're
A
betraying you
nat 1.
instantly.
Yeah.
Okay, nat 1, total of 11. With the extra delay, I am going to roll yeah, I'll just do a luck check. You want 7 or lower with that extra time.
These may simply have to be decorative.
Don't give up on them that soon. As you find yourself with Kekino, and he goes, "Dad."
Hey, buddy, you good? You're not hurt? Great. Come here. Fix
No,
him up.
I'm not hurt. Let's go get up the ladder. And
Absolutely.
yeah, so there's a bunch of caves. I think I maybe was like on the way to another trapdoor that's like a different trapdoor. And then
Mm.
there's some other ways I didn't go down that we haven't explored yet. So we're kind of and as you are chatting psychically, heading back towards the ladder.
Giving him lots of cuddles and kisses.
Yeah, giving him lots of cuddles and kisses. Um, Kekno is still keeping a little bit of an eye out in your surrounding areas, and goes, "Dad, that doesn't smell good. What is that?"
What does it smell like?
It smells like it's like if someone had like burnt wood, but like it was bad, like it wasn't nice. It was like it's like you know how you know how sometimes there's people in the sanctuary and they have like little smell bottles that they put on themselves, and then sometimes it's like every once in a while May when we were with Sinner was like oh, this is like a little scent, and sometimes they're like really nice and sometimes they're like really bad, and this smells like kind of a bad one.
Like when May opened Metal's diary?
No, just kind of like smoky but kind of gross, and then you turn the corner and run face to face with Erasmus and one other uh, one other operative as you turn the blind corner. And then
Finished.
you get
Walks
a
back behind
smell,
the corner.
and then just you get
They,
that
they
a
go,
little whiff of like cheap aftershave, and then you're like,
okay.
all right.
And so yeah, no, they walk around the corner like, uh-huh, yeah, all right. Ah, backs right up.
uh, there is just this there's just this like slight almost Looney Tunes like pause as you both run across each other unexpectedly, because that luck roll was a nat 20, which is how they snuck up on you so well and accidentally. And you hear, "Get him!" And then they run around the corner chasing after you.
Can like, okay, can we do like a dodge and a duck and weave and run past, please?
Like run in the same direction they came from or run away from them?
Well, the direction they came from is the direction that we're heading, yeah?
Yeah, so there is probably about 15, 20 feet of passageway beyond them where after that point it splits, and in one way is the direction back to the cave and the ladder, and the other direction is a way you and Kekano didn't explore, which is seemingly where they came from.
They're gonna run for the ladder. They're gonna do this.
Okay. So here's kind of your choice. Snap decision. You if you're not going to use like your action or anything to attack, you can
Oh,
use
I
your
was thinking so.
so you use your movement to try and run past them. You can also use your action to dash and run more. You can use your action to disengage and try to avoid any opportunity attacks, avoid them slashing or hitting you as you run past. Or you can just try to use your movement and hopefully keep ahead of them, and maybe you let off an attack or something.
Disengage. Don't touch me. Don't fuck with me. Don't even look at me. You don't see me. I'm leaving.
Okay. And one thing I will point out to you is that while you were in the cave, that was a short rest, which I believe means that you specifically get some stuff back.
Yes, only fish does.
Yeah, you get all your spell points back. No, you get all of your hedge mage spell points back, which it goes into a communal fund, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, you get all your spell points back.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Disengage and run past them. They you see as you kind of sprint at them as they come around the corner, something they weren't expecting. This kind of younger woman goes to pull what seems like a sawn-off shotgun at you, and Erasmus goes for his revolver, but also extends out his prosthetic arm that folds out into a large blade as he goes for a swipe right at throat height, and you duck under and sprint past. Now here's the question: do you go back towards the ladder and the cave, or do you go down the other tunnel that you've never been down before?
Ladder.
Okay.
And while they're running, and it's okay if this isn't possible, but it would be funny for me personally if Fish could take out the sending stone and go, I'm on my way.
Yeah, that's a free object interaction. Cal, you hear Fish a little out of breath say, "We're on our way." Like you get a little bit of the heavy running breathing over the sending stone.
Do I need to roll insight to see for Cal to put two and two together?
I mean, I
No.
don't know. I don't know that Fish is being like, I'm in danger so much as, well, maybe just decided to do a light jog, you know?
Here's the exact delivery. I'm on my way.
Hang up. That's just like,
Yep. I do think that's probably an insight check if you want to know that that's danger
Sure.
versus just making Fish being silly.
I think that's where did I fucking put my notebook down? I always run around and I put my notebook in distance of me, and then I'm like, not sure. I think I have a +6 to insight though. Where did I put you? Where did I go? Whatever. I rolled a 4, so it's low.
Okay. With assuming a 10 insight, honestly, Fish is probably fucking around.
Yeah. Okay, it is.
All day, every day.
Yeah. Same
Okay.
shit.
Does Fish continue to use like their action to bob and weave the entire time down the tunnel as they run?
Whatever can be done to avoid getting shot in the fucking head.
Okay. Void getting shot in the fucking head. That's a good, a good plan.
Maybe blasphemous dart the woman's wrist, so the shotgun can't aim directly at their fucking head.
I would say that's one or the other. You can choose to try to disarm one of them, or you can focus on just dodging and weaving, which would give them disadvantage on any attacks against you.
I would rather roll the disadvantage dice.
Okay. Then Erasmus is chasing you. He is right behind you. You are not clearing any distance from him, and he is taking out his revolver, and he makes 2 shots pretty close. He's like in the process of running, and so they are getting a little wild, but they he is taking some shots at you.
Fish is
Uh,
deaf.
it may be at the end of this. Okay, first attack with disadvantage. Misses, and second attack with disadvantage hits.
Where?
He seems to be aiming for non-vital parts to like slow you rather than kill you. We'll see how long that lasts. Let me roll damage here. There we go. Okay, that is not too bad. That is 6 points of damage from him as he just kind of like wings you in the hip a little bit, and just kind of like and you keep going.
That's
Person,
all right. That's fine.
person behind him is going to um, uh, try and sprint ahead of you and cut you off, like shoulder you out of the way. Is like just trying to slow you down. So you're gonna have to jog, like get them out of the way to keep going.
Stone fist in the face, please.
Stone fist in the face. You got it.
Yeah.
Roll your attack roll, and this uses your spell attack bonus.
Yes. Which is, I'll remind myself. 7. Excellent. Wonderful. Excellent. I needed it. Hold on. I can't count. 11.
11. Okay, 11 does not hit.
Yes.
So you swing a stone fist, and this woman, clearly an experienced fighter, just kind of like drops back on her heels and fades away from you as you're trying to line up the swing while still running and not slowing down. Spell attack bonuses apply to all spells that are a spell attack, which
Gotcha.
is usually one that deals direct damage. Usually, spells are either a spell attack or require a saving throw, which means you
Yep.
use either the spell attack bonus or the saving throw DC for most spells. Yeah, she just she fully dodges out of the way. You can try and get past her. It's gonna slow you down to like avoid her like trying to grab you or drag you down or something. But that'll take a little time and a little effort, or you can just try to plow through and make a little more distance.
Let's plow on through. Fish is a bull in a china shop.
Okay. Let me just this up. All right. You've got Erasmus right behind you, firing off shots in this little cave, deafening. This woman running in front of you, trying to jump and stop you off, juking out your spell, and then you just try to shoulder check past her. She is going to try to grab you and drag you down to the ground. Okay. does a 12 hit.
Fuck. Okay. What armor class is? What is it? What we're looking at? Yeah.
But you have the bonus from May.
Yes. So no, it fucking doesn't. It would.
I was like,
without,
I know it used to. I don't think it does anymore.
You you feel her fingers grab into the outer section of your coat, one of the lower flaps, and as you run past, she is grabbing you and she is pulling out a knife to sink it into you, and you just slip one way, slip the other, juke her out, and she misses you and kind of hits the sidewall.
Can we say that she gets spiked, please, by the spike spell?
She has to do damage to you.
Damn.
To get spiked. She missed.
Okay. Well, we're still going.
You are still going. You have just entered the cave with the ladder, and you can either try and sprint up the ladder itself, or try to duck into the hidden cave that you were in. But first is going to be Erasmus's turn. He immediately does a action surge, which allows him to sprint forward twice the different distance. So he catches up to you, and he is going to try to take you down twice.
I'm gonna have to. Well, if I survive this, gonna open up that persuasion. I have a backup plan, which won't work, but it's okay.
All right. As he catches up to you, he makes a charge into your side. You slip around it, and Kekino goes, "Back off!" Right in his face as he comes in, and then he swipes in with the other hand and hooks you in the back of the waist, picks you up, slams you down to the ground.
Oh, went down? Oh no.
You are down on the ground, and he is pinning you, and you are grappled.
Okay, it's time to speak then. Okay, all right, okay, yep, all right, you got me. Okay, I'll go with you. It's fine. You don't have to keep fucking getting me. Just okay. You're not gonna like this one, but can we just go and be in the rain for a second? Like, it's not me, it's my boy. He as you can see, he's moist, but he's not moist enough. He needs to be re-moistened. Can we just go up the ladder for a fucking second and stand in the rain, get a fresh air, and then we'll go? Is that okay, Razzie?
Do you spend any effort trying to free yourself while trying to persuade him?
Nope.
Okay, you're totally limp. So you feel then that as he brings you down to the ground and pins you, he then immediately takes his arm blade and puts it up to your throat and starts to pull a cut to cut your throat, and then stops as soon as the other operative comes up. He goes, "Good catch, Captain." Yeah, of course. So, what was that about the rain, your moist boy?
Well, fuck, man, if you're gonna slit my throat, can my last request at least be to be up in the rain for a minute? Have a
Um,
heart. I'm rolling persuasion, by the way.
yeah, roll persuasion.
Much better. 26.
26. With a 26, you see the
I'm sorry.
the other um the other operative look at Erasmus, look at Fish, look at Kekino, and then and then uh grabs Fish by the collar and one arm and kind of helps them to their feet while still like very much controlling their movements.
Yeah,
And
I'm not doing anything.
and uh as she like presses you against the wall, um she whispers very softly in your ear, um don't make a fuss, just come with me. I can't guarantee you the captain wouldn't have killed you if I wasn't here. As you notice kind of the silent communication of Erasmus and this operative, where they have orders to take you alive if possible, and Erasmus was ready to ignore those orders in order to kill you because you're a mage.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Um, no negotiating about tossing the seal up there. He can't do anything. He's just a little boy.
I can get a glass of water for the seal. We can kind of dump it on him. All right, I'm not letting the seal go, but I, if it, I mean, um, come with me, prisoner. Come on. And she slips off a little thing of rope from her belt and kind of very, not particularly tightly, ties your hands behind you and starts walking you away. Erasmus, it looks at Kekino that you have now set down, looks at uh, looks down at him and looks after you guys, and then picks him up and follows.
Okay. Um, I want you all to know that this entire time Fish has been assessing the attractiveness of this woman. Uh, and I was like, it's all right. I can seduce my way out of here just as soon as the fucking big guy gets fucks off. And yeah, no, they go, no, it's okay. No, you got me fair and square. I totally understand. And look, you caught me, and once you catch a fish, what are you gonna do? You're gonna fucking take it with you. All right, yep, nice, let's go. That was fun, huh, guys? Yep, totally. Like the almost slit throat really almost rattled them.
Yeah.
That it's like it's great. I love it, and I'm willingly going with you. Sure, let's go.
Yeah, this is all fun. And yeah, just you are escorted away. Hal is sitting outside. Um, you're tucked in away from the rain, and you're just watching this trapdoor not move. What's Cal doing? How long does Cal wait?
Hold on. I would like to real quick first, since it's a path not taken, I would like to tell what my plan was.
Mhm.
We get up in the rain, and Erasmus gets lightninged to death.
I was genuinely like, I was like, okay, there is no role on Earth that could make somebody who goes, "You're our prisoner now. Just let me get some fresh air for a minute." Yeah, okay. But Erasmus was going to do a persuasion check to this woman to be like, "Let me kill them," and just pretend you didn't see. And you did the persuasion first, and it was so high that I didn't even have him roll. You just automatically won.
Okay, well, better than being dead, right?
Yeah, and the persuasion definitely got you like nicer treatment. And honestly, you feel like you could probably slip these and escape down a tunnel if you wanted to, but then you're kind of back to where you were, and
Man,
Erasmus has
okay,
Techno.
don't think I haven't noticed. You're really pushing this alternate tunnel way. You keep on being like, by the way, there's another tunnel. What's
It's
down there?
not.
Tell me.
There is a bunch more tunnels and some
Mm.
alternate exits, and this is the tunnel you're being led down. By the way,
Uh-huh.
eventually, as you wrap around, the other door into where May is being held. So there was a
Okay, so
world in which you could have like snuck into where May was, but uh, genuinely, I'm telling you about these pathways because I'm looking at an actual map and I know where you are.
Yeah, I know you are, and I was curious. Anyway, all right, no, we're going down, and Fish is just trying to make small talk as best they can. Like, no, actually, I really appreciate this because I've been down here and I got lost so easily, and looking for like a central control room. What was I thinking? Ah!
Um, with your 26 persuasion before, you can see that she's trying not to talk to you and to be very serious, and she's like, "It is actually like really confusing down here." I get it.
Yeah, for sure. And you don't. You seem smart. Like you know your way around places, and tell me about yourself. What's am I gonna learn your name at some point? You obviously know me.
I don't think we're supposed to, give out our names to prisoners. But
Oh
I
no.
can ask. I can ask, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll ask. Just yeah. For now, I guess don't refer to me. Cool. 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 Cool.
You got it. No referrals.
And you get led through the tunnels.
My pronouns
Eventually,
are don't/talk to me.
um, as you get led through the tunnels, a door opens. Aww. And you find yourself in a decently brightly lit room with May and someone you don't recognize in cages.
Oh hey May. How's it? Well, I mean the recruitment process looks different to how I pictured it, but they treating you well down here?
May's gonna really like by her side, her like finger does this, barely noticeable, messages ink fish, and it's like they think I'm on their side. You need to play along, and then it's like, oh, I had rather hoped I'd seen the last of you out loud.
Give me an Arcana check.
Also, I will say Cal would have waited about 5 minutes to try to use the sending stone, so
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm
so
assuming that's
sorry,
going to hit
Myrny.
around now.
I'm
19.
so sorry, Myrny. I interrupted you with my lightning talk.
No, it's okay.
What was that?
19.
19? Okay. With a 19, you feel a little bit of that resistance, and then the message goes through. And so you realize that you can cast spells as if they were in your own cage, also in Krennic's cage. And the the weakness of this cage toward psychic communication, combined with having weakened it further with this connection, allows you to just kind of push through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't fucking. Well, no, I tell a lie. I was hoping to see you again so I could fucking arrest you for being a goddamn traitor. But you know they got they got their hands on you first. Funny that.
Meg ignores Fish and looks at Erasmus and is like, please don't tell me I'm going to have to share a cage with them.
Well, as much as I would enjoy that, no. Why don't we stick him in with Brash? And goes over and unlocks the door to Brash's cage and shoves Fish in. Give me a perception check as you are now seeing someone open not your cage for the first time.
Yeah. That's a 16.
Okay.
With a 16, you don't know if this means anything, but both the times someone has opened the cage, they have had their offhand in a pocket.
Okay.
Well, back at the society meeting, I believe Fish did in fact lay eyes on Credit Brash.
Yep.
Is this the same man?
You spoke for a little bit. Yeah, this is him. He has the same thing that you remember him, this very like snooty upper crust artiste bearing. But you can see a little more of the whites of his eyes and a little bit of a tremble up close, and you're kind of like, what's happening here? As you are shoved into the cage with him.
Hey,
Greetings.
I'm gonna take the bed. Do you mind?
You're not taking the bed.
Fuck off. Fish goes and sits down and poses.
Brash like directly looks at at Erasmus, is just like, and walks away and leaves you in there. Okay.
This is not canon dialogue because I don't want it to come back and bite me in the ass. But you should have killed me while you had the chance.
As Cal, it waits about 5 minutes and starts trying the sending stone while Fish is being walked back through the caves. Fish does not pick up. What does Cal do?
Oh, it's sitting in her fucking log. Saints. Oh, both of them. Gets up, wipes off her knees from the inevitable mud, and I think starts marching towards town.
Okay, towards town. Fish would feel it like buzz in a pocket, but wouldn't be able to answer it in any way. Yeah, you head towards town. You are getting to town only a little bit after Fish is getting put in a cage because it's pretty close. What are you gonna do once you get to town?
So we're set up at a. Sorry, where is our lodgings? Do we have lodgings in town?
Not in this town. You have a hotel in the next town over. Basically, you have a hotel in Salem, and you're here in the mission in Monmouth. And
Yeah, I remember this commute. Yes.
there is
Can Cal's stop at the Burgerville?
I don't think Burgerville existed there, but if Cal wants a burger as a little treat, make her feel better. I think doesn't. I think I think you can get some dinner if you want. But
we have that official cosplay photo of Cal eating a burger.
There
The
was
prophecy.
also a scythe that was the driver. So there is a scythe waiting with a car like at the edge of town in the woods.
Okay.
Not in the part of the woods you're in, but you can make your way there.
Cal is going to start making her way there while also being very aware that I think, and I don't think this is a leap, we'd probably figure this out by the fact that we're a bar, very aware that this town is all loyal to the Second Dawn and therefore reporting. So she is going to avoid people as much as possible. And I will say, if the point that she'd run into people, she would probably hate it, but would unveil. So Cal hopes that she gets great luck checks. I'm sure y'all hope she doesn't.
Okay. If you stay in the outskirts of town and you're trying to make it to the car.
Yeah, trying to find the cleaver.
Okay. As you you can go through the forest outside town. Your risk of running into people will be much lower, but it will take quite a bit longer. Or you can try to cut through town, which makes your chance of running into someone a lot higher, but is shorter. Which do you choose?
What would Cal do? Um,
Cal's just like, I hate people, but also I hate walking, and this sucks.
it's muddy and my boots are getting dirty.
hmm
Um,
I keep sinking.
I don't know. It's a hard call for me to make because I'm trying to do what is in character, but I also think she is practical and
I think both are reasonably in character. I think it could really go either way.
yeah, I'll you know what, for fun, for flavor, I'm gonna say that she's going to yeah, she'll fashion her veil into like a hair covering and kind of dress down a little bit
Okay.
and head towards town.
Um.
And she
Uh.
is, wearing her adventure dress and boots. So if she
Yeah.
takes the robe out and ties it around her waist, it's a little conservative for 1950s, but it's not ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. And so you head through town. Um. You run into you run into 3 or 4 people that are just kind of on their way back from the restaurants and the bars and just kind of that stuff. Just like saying goodnight to you in a friendly way. One of them seems a little suspicious of you and is kind of keeping an eye on you, not stopping you, but like gives you a nod, then walks past, kind of turns and looks at you, walks a little farther down, turns and looks at you.
Yeah, I think Cal is just going very like demure and like shy and embarrassed and is trying to play off the attention that way of like, oh
Mm.
no, don't look at me. And is trying to not walk fat quickly enough for to be suspicious, but just kind of like very small woman is nervous kind of
Mhm.
attitude. And kind of keep an eye out for any like moral cops or anything like that to play up with that.
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, that was fucked. Oh, excellent. 21.
As you are heading through the town, you see a patrol car that doesn't seem to have anyone in it at the moment. So you um, just manage to walk through and kind of throw off suspicion by also just kind of avoiding the people that seem most alert as you go through town. As you reach the edge of town, there is what looks to be a very small office building. It looks like a closed down chiropractic office or something like that. And as you're moving towards it, you can see and hear a little bit of movement. And so you sort of give it a wide berth, which means that you do notice that the Second Dawn has put a strike team in this building, and this seems to be like a outpost watching the road, one of the main roads in and out, perhaps preparing for some kind of attack or something. That you manage to, not hide from it, but weave your way around it in such a way that nobody there gets a close enough look to think anything suspicious. And you manage to make it to the woods and eventually the car.
Yeah, once Cal is close enough to be kind of seeing the car and knows that nobody's in, she's probably gonna put her veil back on to approach the cleaver.
The scythe is standing there, like in perfect posture, just under the bough of a tree to keep the rain off, waiting with the car. What do you say or do to them as you walk up?
Archivist Gladly and Detective Fish have both been captured, as well as Kekina.
This size gives you a small, like, fist on chest salute, and you hear, kind of distorted through the helmet, "What are your orders?"
Oh, me giving orders to you. Do you have any form of contacting Sensitive Mercy or anyone else, or directly the Sanctuary?
I have direct communication with the entire operations team. Sensitive Mercy has backup communications with the Sanctuary.
All right, let's contact Sensitive Mercy and let her know. And if you would not mind, let's get in the car to get out of the rain and make a quick getaway if we need to.
Of course.
Cal looks like a bedraggled cat.
The scythe steps away for a moment with a finger to the mask, and then steps back to you and says, "Sensitive Mercy and my brothers in arms are traveling here at speed to join you. Sensitive Mercy suggests establishing a forward operating camp somewhere outside town to meet up. Would you like me to handle the details?"
What's your rank?
Soldier.
Have you handled operations before? Is that a known skill of yours?
I have experience and training in small team operations only.
What's Dirk's last name again?
It's Dirk Sims. No. Yes. Dirk Sims.
Yeah, that sounds right. What would his Officer Sims?
Yeah.
Would Officer Sims recommend you?
I cannot speak for the personal recommendations of any of the officer corps. To do so would be inappropriate for a soldier of my station.
Officer Sims responsible for you if you don't do a good enough job?
What are you trying to ask?
She's getting this guy's resume because she's a freak.
Yeah.
She's basically like, if you fuck up, am I gonna get you in trouble?
All scythe actions are subject to institutional review by higher officers. This is standard operating procedure at the end of a mission.
Fine. Do your work and consult me anytime you have any sort of hesitation or question, or someone needs to make a judgment call.
Understand, detective. And they open the back door of the car and let you get in and drive you away. About 10, 15 minutes out of town, pull off the road a little ways and drive down a small gully until you find a clearing, kind of a rocky clearing that is sheltered from the road. And maybe 10 minutes after you arrive, two more cars with Mercy and the rest of the sides show up. And I think now we will cut back to our prisoners. Fish has just been shoved into a cage with Mr. Brash. You're currently unobserved for the moment, and Brash says, "Aren't you some kind of actor?
Oh yeah, every day.
Didn't we met at a party, I believe? Well, while it is not the best of circumstances, I am pleased to remake your acquaintance."
Do you want an autograph?
"No, I believe I'm quite satisfied."
Fish, stop being a dick. They're alone now, right? Like the guards are gone?
Yeah.
Yeah. May's leading up. She's furious, but she's also kind of like, well, I gotta make do what I do. But she's leaning up against the bars and watching them be an absolute brat.
You can do something about it. You can hit them now. Your cages are linked.
No, they don't do that.
Is Kekano in the cage, or did they take him?
Kekano is in the cage with you. He is,
Okay,
while
good.
you were like lounging on the bed, he is curled up on the bed and just kind of looking at everything with big eyes and kind of sad and scared. We left Collagenous alone.
Yeah, pal. I'm sorry about that. We'll see her again.
Okay. Soon, please.
Anyway, so what's the plan? Oh well, you are a traitor. You wouldn't tell me. Fish is like keeping up the thing for anyone who is listening aloud.
Don't worry, no one's listening to Fish.
You don't know.
Hold that thought. Mr. Brash, why are you talking like that all of a sudden?
I don't know what you're referring to. I talk like this all the time.
I beg to differ, but I've got more important things to worry about. So I suppose I'll leave that for now.
Can I ask you a question, Miss Gladly? You refer to this simpleton as Fish.
Simpleton.
While I know them as a famous Hollywood actor, what was it? Was it Johnny?
Jim Herring.
Jim Herring.
If you had any sense in your brain, you would make the connection that a herring is a fish. And so my friends call me Fish as a nickname, you imbecile.
Jesus Christ, I don't have time for this. Right, here's the plan, Fish. Do you have any magical items on you?
Buttons on my jacket.
Oh wait, you guys are friends?
No.
Oh, he talks like this. Interesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're here to rescue me, right? You can have the bed if you're here to rescue me.
I have the bed anyway. May I've got this magnetic orb that it creates.
No, you got stripped of all your stuff unless you want a sleight of hand hide some.
Can I sleight of hand the magnetic orb?
What's the magnetic orb?
You can certainly try. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's roll for that. And flashing back a second, and sorry, what am I rolling for this?
Sleight of hand.
Yes.
And is the magnetic orb the only thing you want to try to hide?
That's the only thing.
Okay, go for it.
19.
19. You barely needed to hide it. They don't even know what it was. You just kind of like, flicked it up a sleeve and didn't need to worry about it. Totally hidden, and you got it.
Who pat me down? The lady?
Yes.
Where I come from, you buy me dinner first.
Well, where I come from, you're an enemy of ours, so maybe no.
Roll insight for whether her loins are quivering.
Anyway, back to present day.
So what does it do anything, Fish?
Well, yeah, it summons the. Hold on, I'm reading from Kiln. You don't know what that is. I'm doing my leaning on the fourth wall gag. When activated, it creates a 10-foot radius magnetic field that strongly attracts all metal objects, but is so heavy it can only be thrown 10 feet when activated.
Is the chest made of metal?
The chest is made of wood, but it has a big metal lock on it.
May conveys this to Fish. Actually, no, sorry, wait. No. Strike that. No, don't do that. Can Kekno fit through the bars of the cage?
Can Kekino fit through the bars of the
Yeah.
cave? If you, he is, if you just look at him, no. Does Fish ever ask him to actually try?
No, and the reasoning for that is, well, he's not an octopus. He can't just change. He hasn't got like one solid thing inside of him. He's got like magic bones and shit. Why would I push him through a hole?
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay, in that case, May is going to, upon seeing that Fish has turned out their pockets and only produced a metal ball that is not going to be useful for now, is going to use mold earth in the space between the two cages to dig out enough space potentially for a person to climb out of. And while she's doing this, she's going to say to Brash, so Brash, about that water.
Oh, is that like a now thing? We doing it now?
Yeah, so my thinking is if we get the reflection to come outside of the cage, they can go and potentially unlock that chest for us, or at least tell us what symbols are on it.
Hold on, you're doing
That's so cool.
you're doing reflection stuff since when?
Since I've been here trying to get out, and Mr. Brash
Well,
here
why
is
would you
a
do that
well-known.
if you love the second dawn so much? Why would you try to get out?
Fish, I don't know how to break this to you, but it is in our best interests to at least get you two out.
This guy? I mean,
This
me,
what?
I get it, but like,
Did they not know that you're friends?
They like to pretend so, yes. Sometimes it's amusing. At the moment, it's less so.
I'm pretty amused.
It's good for you. Anyway, Mr. Brash, that water, if you please.
Okay, yeah. So you make like a little bowl in the ground for him to pour it into?
Yeah, like a divot. It's not super deep, like, because I still want the reflection to be able to get out.
Yep. Okay. He pours the water in. When Fish was put away, the female guard grabbed an extra glass of water and dumped it on Kekino. So Kekino is able to actually add a little extra water to the puddle as well.
Wring him out like a fucking sham wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brash pulls the paper out of his pocket and sets it down in the puddle. And you see the magic take hold. And then out of the water bursts a um, kind of shorter looking, wholly naked man with just very bright red hair. Looks to be maybe like 5'4", kind of a short king, and climbs out of the water. He looks a little goopy, not necessarily super well formed. Um, and and like stands at attention. He goes, "Okay, cool. So what do you want me to do with this dude now?"
So, aren't reflections meant to be wearing the clothes you're wearing?
Yeah, when they're like a copy of a person, but I don't make ones that are a copy of a person because that's what people like think make me so good because like
It does.
all the rich people like they want like reflection servants and stuff, but you don't want a servant that kind of like looks like you or like looks like people you know or things like that. So like
I would disagree.
well, maybe for you, there was actually this one guy who did want a bunch of copies of himself
Wait,
going
wait,
on.
wait, 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 wait.
I
But
think there
that
was a
means that this
second thing.
reflection doesn't have your memories and knowledge.
No, 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 no. Should it?
It would have made things a little bit easier. Mr. Brash, can you please ask your reflection to make it like point like with the chest because it's sensor like proximity? Was that right?
Mhm. Yep.
Does May know when that proximity begins?
The symbol check you got was a little too low for that. But so you just kind of know generally that it's a proximity sensor, but you don't know exactly what that proximity is.
Okay. May's gonna say like maybe from 5 feet away to approach the chest and like see if it can get a better look at the symbols for us.
Oh, yeah. Dude, can you like get out of the bars, right? And go to that thing and get like 5 feet away and tell me what it looks like and like what symbols it has on it and stuff. The reflection nods, walks forward and slams into the insides of the bars.
No, no, I was specifying the divot is in between the cages.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you did it outside the cage, then
Yeah.
yes, he can get out.
Yeah.
Because although he probably could have made a smaller reflection, he did make one a full person size.
Love it.
Yes, the reflection kind of has a blank stare and walks over to the box, stares at it for a minute, and then walks back to where he was standing. Okay, so like, what was on the box?
It's not even picking up on the mic.
Patrick, I can hear it, but no one else can.
He's just making like screeching noises from his throat. And Brash goes, "Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot the talking thing. Can you draw him?" And he leans down and starts drawing the symbols in the dirt.
Fish would like to observe the same symbols that May has observed, just in case they might get a better read on them.
Give me a symbol check.
Nine.
You feel like you understand them a little bit more than maybe May does, just because they're a little less normal. They're clearly like another culture's symbolic system, and not all the symbols are in kind of like the classic European mage symbological system. So you feel like, oh, I kind of sort of like that looks vaguely like something else I know, but you don't like in any real sense understand the kind of structure of what is holding this together. But with a 9, as you look at it, it doesn't seem super strong. So it's possible that May connecting the cages together actually weakened the protections on like the engravings.
Mm. Fish proceeds to like pat Kakano like Blofeld pats his cat.
Mm-hmm.
Blofeld, who does not yet exist because he has. It's fine.
Not yet,
Don't
not
worry.
yet been written. As you are petting Kekino and this strange homunculi reflection is drawing symbols at the dirt in the dirt, you hear sound outside, and someone is about to walk in.
How are you going to explain this one, guys?
I'm thinking as Ellie. How scrungly is this reflection? Like, what's it actually made of? If it's goopy looking.
It is. It seems to be made of person. It does not seem to be like made of water necessarily.
Mm.
But it's the kind of thing of like it looks kind of like a person who was reflected in a puddle that maybe wasn't particularly clean or even, of being just like, one side of his face is like a little larger and more distorted than the other side. His like one shoulder seems lower than the other. Just
So
kind
it's
of like,
Quasimodo.
yeah, just kind of wrong in a lot of ways.
Okay. And there's a noise coming from outside.
Yep,
Yeah.
there are people walking up.
Are the footsteps slowing down or anything as they approach the door?
Split-second decision.
Let's just start.
You
Yeah.
only have like maybe 3 seconds of warning before the door starts opening. This is not real time.
May is going to message Fish and say, play with it, like go on, like play along, and then start yelling, like, are you serious? You think that's going to work against this sort of magic?
Oh, come on, Gladly. I think he can do it.
And inside steps Celeste and the woman that you beat unconscious, and someone you don't recognize who kind of stands more back towards the door. May recognize him as someone that was hanging around the background when she was captured. A henchman of some kind.
I cannot wolf whistle as myself, but Fish does it when they see Celeste.
And May's just standing with her arms crossed, like clearly distancing herself from this, and looking at the entire scene with complete derision, as if like she can't even believe they're trying.
And what is happening here?
Yes, the sanctuary thought they'd have a crack at breaking out is what happened here.
Yeah, we're giving it a go.
She just walks up to the reflection, takes out a knife, stabs it in the heart, and it collapses into water and dies, and goes, "Mr. Brash, is this your work? I'm a little disappointed in you. We've treated you so well." Well, they wanted to try something. They wanted me to show off a bit of my reflection magic.
Yeah, and it wasn't up to what I was expecting either, I must say.
While this is happening, May is like really subtly filling in that divot, by the way.
The water is now kind of like soaking into the earth, and kind of like there's evidence, but unless you were paying close attention, you don't know exactly what happened and where it came from. Celeste it just kind of looks around and goes, well, we may have to eliminate some of your creature comforts then if you're going to be disobedient.
Can I keep the bed?
We'll see. That depends on your behavior.
Oh,
Now,
I can be well behaved.
I wouldn't bother talking to them very much, Celeste. They often have things of use to say.
well, we'll see if they feel more helpfully chatty in a bit. Miss Gladly, I believe you have met Miss Ezosakad. And you can see the woman in the veil who is clearly still like bloodied and injured, but like on her feet and like doing better. Still not at 100% by any means, but you know, awake and alive. Uh, gives you a little bit of a like slightly mocking curtsy in a way.
May goes like, and then pulls out apologies for earlier. You caught me quite by surprise.
Yes, I'm told I have that effect on many.
Also, now that May is seeing her in good lighting, I would May to casually roll. I don't know what check it would be, but I kind of want to see if anything about her appearance kind of reminds her of something or someone else.
Orange
Maybe.
eyes, perhaps?
What do I need to roll? Perception?
Yeah, probably perception.
Can Fish do the same thing on Jackrabbit, please?
That's
but just like in a
21.
Jackrabbit is not in this room, and you didn't really have an opportunity to get a good look at him when he was.
Okay, sorry. Who was the third person that came in then? I'm
Just
stupid.
a rando.
Okay, can Fish like look at the rando and be like,
Yep.
No, are you hot? What's going on?
Okay. Give me an insight check on the rando.
Thanks.
What was that perception check?
21. Love my perception
21.
stat.
22.
They are
Nat
hot.
20. 22.
A nat 20, 22? Okay. With a
Do Elise first.
with a 21 perception, you have only seen the orange eyes of Tone once, and felt his psychic pressure. This woman is a rather dark-skinned black woman, with who's much shorter than Tone, a much it kind of built differently. Tone is very kind of like tall and slender and looming, and she's shorter and a lot thicker and has different facial features and is seemingly a different race. And there's nothing like physically in common with Tone, but with a 21. You got the orange eyes from her during the fight, and you feel at the edges of your consciousness something you also felt during the battle. Just that psychic pressure of a kind that reminds you of Tones. And I don't think you can necessarily make the conclusion that this is Tone's sister because you haven't heard that story. But knowing that this is someone like Tone, this is someone of Tone's discipline who maybe trained with him and knows him.
Okay. In that case,
which gives you, like what to expect from the power.
So, in that case, May's gonna like lean it up against the bars and like peer at. Sorry, what's the surname again?
Sakad.
And go, you look very familiar. I feel like I've met you, or you remind me of someone. And May's prodding a little bit and seeing if that gets a reaction.
Well, I'm sure you have met my brother, Administrator Tone, you would call him, Tenebrius.
I have. What a coup, getting the administrator's brother to join the Second Dawn, Celeste.
Well, really, she sought us out.
Ah,
Do you know much about myself and my brother?
I know that your brother's done some very terrible things. I don't know
As
what you've done.
As I have done some very terrible things. We were raised together by a very terrible man. He was called Al-Muhajaba, and he was a monster that could have been worse than malevolent if he tried.
That's a strong claim, and not one I'm eager to see backed up.
I have strong evidence. We were trained in a very harsh school, in a harsh tradition, and to kill as ordered. My brother and I took very different paths after we separated. He saw our mentor having gained power and no one to stop him, and decided to devote himself to growing his own power, his own authority, creating systems that could prevent, hopefully, someone like him from ever coming up again. And I took the opposite lesson, that no one should have so much power that they can destroy others in that way. Seeking power like my brother does is a disease.
One that I yet has a cure, has yet to, well, you know what I mean, delivers that line more smoothly.
It is interesting to meet you, Miss Gladly. Would you mind terribly if I peered into your mind during this conversation?
Well, obviously, I don't look forward to it, but I rather think I'm not going to get much of a choice.
There is
Consent
always a
is
choice.
important.
What did you say?
Fish calls over because they're listening in, but like not. They call over.
Mhm.
Consent is important.
Consent is important. It is only in the direst circumstances that we should take it away.
Does May have any idea about how to circumvent a mind being read? Is that a thing that like people are aware of, like a practice that's a defense that's somewhat common?
Think about Sinner's ass.
Think about Sinner's ass. Give me a I'm gonna say a raw intelligence check, because this is like arcana, but it's a very specific psychic arcana that you haven't necessarily studied in any way.
Okay, so that's just like plus the intelligence modifier then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Please God.
By Valkyrie's era, it is commonplace to like think up to have like psychic defenses and stuff, but I don't know about now.
Well, that's a nat 1, so that's a 4. A very dirty 4. A filthy 4, mate.
Absolutely horrendous 4.
Absolutely horrendous 4. It occurs to you the just kind of common knowledge thing of like having mental defenses, thinking about something else very strongly, especially things that you hold near and dear to your heart. You know, to a certain extent that is someone powerful enough to can kind of push past that, and this is, if anything, somebody designed to be powerful enough to push past that. But you are just like, put up defenses. Sinner's arm. Oh no,
No,
no!
actually,
let's not do that. Let's do rocks.
That's
Let's do
perfect.
archaeology. Let's do books. Let's do
Actually,
Howard.
can
Okay,
they
that
think
makes me
about
sad. Just like your mental defenses are all over the place. You know the theory, but you can't put it in
okay.
practice.
All right, then that's all she does. There's no point protesting because they're just going to do it anyway.
And she said consent was important.
Um, it's my deception modifier, but she can like see past deception, can't she? She's like phenomenally high level insight. This is a lose lose. I'm about to get got either way. Okay.
This is Ink giving advice.
Yeah.
They'd probably appreciate honesty. So even if the honesty is like, I'd rather you not.
Yeah, mate's gonna say that. I'd rather you not.
Well, Miss Gladly, it seems that I can't really trust you then, can I?
That is a fair shout. So Celeste said that, yeah?
Mhm.
Mm. Mate's gonna say, look, I understand. Could you perhaps give me just a little bit more time? I've got a lot of things buried in there. I don't think I'm ready to have brought to the surface. I'm sure you can understand. Just need to prepare myself.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, that's more like it. That's a dirty 21.
There's a pause, and then she says, "We can give you a moment of time, although our options are limited, as at least one of your team is still unaccounted for. Tell me, May, you said you were not raised with magic. What was the first time you remember experiencing the wonder of seeing magic?" And while you are thinking of that, I will go back to Fish's nat 20 on the third person in the room who's kind of hanging out in the shadows. Nat 20 insight for a total of 22. This guy is angry to be here. He is not particularly cute. He looks very like middle management at a bank. Kind of being like, you know, mustache that's not nearly as well kept as it should have been, balding a little bit on top. Is still uh, young to be balding, seemingly, but not just someone who looks decent. But
I don't
he
know if you
is,
intended this, and probably didn't, but like, I immediately sympathize with this man.
yeah, maybe. But he seems kind of upset at being here, and you can see that as soon as Celeste walks away and her back is to him, he is glaring at her and is um, seemingly not okay with her leadership or following her lead. Um, and then because you got a nat 20, as he leans back into the shadows and just kind of waits for this talk to be over, as they get into like, oh, we'll read your mind. Oh, well, I don't want you to. And he's kind of like, you know, it's settling in for this conversation. You see his body language, his face, kind of everything about him go a little blank, a little inhumanly blank, of just like a little too still, a little not quite right, that you catch with a nat 20. Um, and with that nat 20, you also see Brash kind of notice this guy and look a little confused before turning back to like pay attention to the conversation with you and talking about how consent is important and stuff like that. But every once in a while, he shoots a glance back at this guy in the corner. Um, yeah. What is? How does May respond to Celeste's question?
May reaches for her neck for a locket that isn't there, and then says, "I remember quite well. I was 4, I think, about to turn 5. You know how children are; they count down the days to grow older. I was at one of my parents' digs, and I was helping my dad, my father, dig out a what was it? It was a piece of Egyptian pottery. I can't remember the year though. I was still a bit too young for days yet. And he was having a great deal of trouble trying to lift it out. And I suppose I just really wanted to help. And I reached out, and I was probably just intending to, clumsy kids are, try and smack at it a bit harder. But then the earth cracked a little bit, and it just came out. And there was this tingling in my arm. They didn't know then. Just thought it was, I don't know, he had hit a fault line or something. Took a while for us to realize what I was, but I just remember how he smiled at me.
You remember how it made you feel?
Yes.
A little bit powerful, a little bit like you could help?
Yes, but it was always less about the power and more about the help.
I found that varies person to person. Thank you for your story, Miss Gladly. I grew up with a little bit of magic. There was someone in our organization assigned to us by who would become the sanctuary as a guide that would do little parlor tricks with the children. So I was familiar with it, but the first time I ever experienced wonder, that was a little bit later. I was perhaps 6, 7 or so. I wasn't as good at counting down the days when I was that young, but the war was still happening, and our allies, the now Sanctuary, had asked us to rout out some mortals in northern Panama. It seems that one of Malevolent's captains had organized a local militia to hunt mages, as well as spread general chaos, and we went to stop them. There was this little place. Couldn't remember the name of it now. Just a small village, not the kind you even mark on a map. And the paramilitaries came, and they started killing one by one villagers, burning the homes. And finally, they got to the edge of town, and there was an old man who'd lived in the village some 30 years at that point, and they fired at him, and a shield comes up in front of him. Bullets sparking on this shield. They shot rockets, they threw grenades, nothing. We arrived just in time to push them back, but I'll never forget the sight of the sparks and the light bouncing off that shield, impenetrable. The next morning, we found the villagers that were left had cut him apart and hung him in the square. Can you guess why?
I feel like the first answer would be that he was a mage, but perhaps that he wasn't using it to help them.
Yes. 30 years he lived with them. 30 years he was their neighbor. And when death came, he protected himself and no one else.
You know, I volunteered in the hospitals during the World Wars. And it always shocked me, it still does, but shouldn't anymore, but it always shocked me how few sorcerers seem to care.
Exactly. Some do, of course. Some in our organization, some outside of it. But the problem is that as long as they have the choice of remaining hidden, any sorcerer can choose to be a good neighbor, can choose to be part of our society, or a bad one. We will never be equal until they are exposed to the world.
That's what you're going to do with the ampule, isn't it?
Well, that is a step. The big problem that we've experienced is one of time. This isn't
Yeah.
just something we can reveal on a radio show. We've tried, but no one believes, and Sanctuary or someone else rolls in and starts wiping minds, and, well, nobody believes. You need evidence, you need authority, you need time over and over and over again to show them. And no Sanctuary will ever let us have that. So, we have to eliminate the Sanctuary first.
I'm going to say May's a bit swayed by this. She's not about to throw fish under the bus or anything, but she's kind of like, yep.
Well, Fish says, by any means necessary.
By some means necessary. We're not monsters. But is it right for the state to use violence to keep their power, not us to use violence to bring about a better world?
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Hmm.
Not my conversation.
May's going to look very intently at Celeste and say, I do have to wonder, though, how the mortals will react. Not in terms of I fear that they'll be incredibly welcoming. I think we can both say with historical evidence that that won't be the case. My concern is
Oh,
what you're
they'll-
going to do when...
They'll react badly.
Yes.
They will. It's inevitable.
And we just got out of a world war, Celeste. Are you ready for another?
I don't believe it will come to that. But if it does, it will be necessary. As long as sorcerers remain in the shadows, they pick and choose. They make decisions for mortals. What we can and can't know. What we can and can't remember. What we can and can't do. Do you think it's a coincidence that the Canadian Sanctuary has an inn with a Prime Minister's office? They make decisions for everyone, sorcerer and non-sorcerer alike. And of course, you know, most sanctuaries don't even vote for their leaders.
Yes,
What is
that is
what's the main qualification? The strongest, the most violent, the most dangerous? And this is the system that decides not just what sorcerers do, but what everyone does.
can see why the Second Dawn's revived itself so well, Celeste.
Well, there have been quite a few recruits. Many believe in our vision in a better world. Others perhaps have their own issues with the structures of power in the sanctuary. You seem to know Miss Rosewood, I believe. I see her as more of a revolutionary in general than a true believer in our cause, but we'll take all kinds.
Um, so here's the quandary I'm running through my head, right?
Mhm.
If May didn't give as much of a shit about Collisionist and Fish as she did, I think she'd be, with a bit of swaying, she could probably be turned to the Second Dawn. At the moment, she's kind of like making some really fucking good points. I have my concerns about like the aftermath of your points more than I have with the points themselves. Enough of like a concern that I don't think that if Etso takes a peek, she's going to be like, oh yeah, she'll be right. She'll be like, nah, this can't trust me. She's got to stay in the cage. So I'm kind of just torn as to how to play this. Do you guys have any input?
Is that Fish is gonna go full hog? Like, yep, that's exactly what May believes. That fucking traitor.
Yeah. I always have like shows tell the truth and be like, well, I did come here to ruin this, but you got me thinking some things. But I still don't know whether May would do that. I genuinely don't know how to like move forward.
Do the roll.
Give me yeah, you can do the roll technique. But you can also give me an insight check on Celeste.
Okay. That's not super hot. That's a 5.
It's a 5.
Yeah.
Celeste is just kind of confusing to you. Like, she's got all this power and authority. You know, she's got you trapped, and she has someone, you know, standing right next to her that can just like rip answers from your mind. And she seems to, you know,
She wants me to be swayed.
to like be buying your loyalty the correct amount of being like, she knows you're not actually here to be like you know, recruited, but also that you are sympathetic to their views. And what is she doing with that? She's actually trying to convince you and kind of like talk you around and things like that. I don't think you know how to get a read on her, because she clearly kind of like wants something from you, but what and how and what would she appreciate?
Actually, no, I know. So I was just thinking, maybe it's not a blood contract, which means she can't betray the sanctuary without dire consequences. Which does it enact automatically, or is it like if they realize they like?
No, it is a manual thing.
Manual. Okay. That also I think would be playing in the back of their mind of like, well, they could just fucking kill me on the spot if they found out. Like, yeah.
Because you examined the book so closely, you do know that woven into it there are enchantments about being like, hey, it's going to alert to the sanctuary if you kill another member that has sworn this blood oath. And there are like certain binding resolutions that elders of the sanctuary can enact that if you violate them, we will get an alert for them. But like most of the consequences and like actually knowing stuff is just manual, because there's no way you can create
An autokill.
there's no way you can create a enchantment so complicated to kind of do that automatically and not end up with like the worst edge cases ever.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay, can I roll self insight?
Sure.
I'm just really struggling.
If you don't
That's
mind, after that, I would like for Fish to see if they can get a better insight on Celeste.
that's a 9 for me.
Okay. With a 9, I think it's just this kind of thing of like, well, they're being really nice to me, and honestly, the situation can kind of only get worse. Maybe I just want to go like full, brutal honesty and be like, yeah, read my mind. I'm an open book. See, I can cooperate. Or maybe I want to be like, I'm not gonna fuck up this good thing. I'll just keep chatting about ancient history and seem to be swayed, and maybe I'll have a chance to get out. It's the kind of thing of like whether you put trust in her in any like real way.
You know what? I think May wants to. May does believe that people can redeem themselves. So Inkigo and I'll have May potentially really fuck up.
She's allowed.
Yeah,
I support women's rights and women's
wrongs.
Mhm.
I rolled too hard. I dropped it. It's very heavy. Fuck. Well, I don't think that's much better. You can just say ditto.
12 is slightly better of just being like, you get more of a sense that she seems to want something from May, and maybe from you, because she does seem to be like treating you okay and not like punishing you for your snarky outbursts and stuff, even though she did have an employee who wanted to kill you.
Oh, they're gonna bring that shit up.
Yeah, file a complaint with management.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then Celeste says to May, how are you feeling about that mind reading? A little more comfortable?
All right, guys, are you ready for me to risk it all?
Go, baby, go.
Okay. May laughs, and she's like, quite the opposite. But my main concern now is I don't think you're going to like what you'll find. But then she'll like, I don't know, like look to Enzo in like a way that says like, go ahead. And she is really feeling torn.
You feel Ezo reach out and touch your mind. And for just a split second, the with her attention focused on you, you feel some pressure, like your eyes hurt just a little bit, and you can see her mouth moving behind the veil. And then suddenly it eases off, and you feel that she is there, but is not not pressing too much. And Celeste gets a nod from Ezo and says, all right then, let's get down to brass tacks. What exactly do you know about the operation involving the Second Dawn and the Prime Minister?
Can I roll Arcana to see if Ezo's like putting out the feelers?
Yeah, go for it.
Because I imagine that is what she's doing. That's with that. That's a 23. I'm sorry, 22. Because that's a 3 for Arcana.
23 for Arcana?
No, sorry, 22.
Okay. With a 22, with 22 to Arcana, you feel that this is something of a truth adjacent spell. Truth spells, as you know, are require you to tell the truth. But in the same way that a lie detector test kinda sorta works, being in someone's mind while they're trying to lie kinda sorta works. It works in a rough version of it. And she can pull out kind of relevant memories to experience and share while she's in here with you. So this makes it a lot harder to lie, but does not like completely erase the ability to do.
Okay. So May will tell them. Okay, so say, I know that the sanctuary followed your plot to replace the prime minister with a reflection.
There is a pause as Ezo looks to Celeste and gives her a small nod, and then she looks back, and the guy in the corner steps forward and says, my lady, we do have some business to discuss. Celeste, if you wouldn't mind joining me in the other room, we have received a communique from our patron, and would like to go over our next steps. Of course, General. Just 1 minute. Miss Gladly, what do you believe would be the safest way of storing the ampule?
It depends what you mean by safe.
Safest from use, safest from abuse.
Permanently.
Perhaps.
Do you mean? So, and May's like actually asking because they are different. Like it requires nuance. When you say safe, do you mean? So go on.
You're getting the sense that she is just kind of interested in your thoughts, interested in how you interpret the question and what you can do. And you can also pose information to Ezo by essentially like pulling up ideas and kind of beaming them rather than describing them.
Yeah, okay. So May's interpretation of her personal interpretation of keeping this safe means destroying it, or rendering it useless, like permanently. Which I guess her still is destroying it, which she conveys to Ezo, like a way of safely destroying magical symbol heavy objects. And then she's adds on, but if you mean to store it and keep it from being accessed, there's this way. If you mean to store it and keep it from being usable, like not destroyed but unusable, like whether that be some sort of magical lock, there's this way. Like this is something made like if they're gonna like destroy this ampule, I'm all for it. Like
as this other person is kind of ushering Celeste away. She gets the answers to your questions. She stands up and she puts a hand on Ezo's arm, and Ezo connects you psychically for just a moment. And she says, in your mind, I think we understand each other. Talk more soon. And they all leave the room.
No, they don't. Fish quickly hops up from the bed,
Mhm.
leaves Kekano there, so Granite Brush cannot steal the spot, and
Yep.
goes up to the bars and goes,
Kekano goes,
Saved. Dibs.
Miss X, just a moment of your time.
Yes, detective.
That guy is super pissed at you, and so maybe watch out that he doesn't like stab you in the back. Just keep
Are
an
you are you saying this very quietly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just careful there. Winks, goes and sits back down.
She gives you a very shallow but respectful nod as she walks away and leaves the room. Seems like you weren't telling her anything she didn't know, but you were confirming it for her, and that's also valuable. Yes, she leaves the room, and you are now all alone again. Um,
Is Ezo
I
gone as well?
is who going?
Fucking Ezo. Ezo.
Ezo.
Ezo.
Ezo, yeah.
Um, as uh, as they leave, so does she. They kind of leave you alone for a minute. Now, I want to pause here and jump back to what's happening with Cal, because Cal may be
Please.
busting down the door at this minute in a rescue mission, you know?
We move back into the playing D&D position. And not my fun podcast position. As my cat menaces me.
As the cars roll in and the scythes step out and start readying weapons, Mercy comes over to you and says, "Okay, we got out of there. What's the call? What's our play?"
Well, May gladly was intending on trying to extract information by pretending to be a new recruit. Fish is there, and I am hesitant to act if May has an actual plan that we would be interrupting by coming in guns blazing to rescue. On the other hand, I don't feel comfortable leaving them there with a sensitive who is able to extract information about us.
Yeah, going in guns blazing is a cork you can't unpop. All right.
Precisely.
Well, we can set up in strategic positions. I should let you know that we left some alarms active when we left our hotel, and they've already been tripped while on the way here. So the second dawn
Right.
found where we were staying, and it's good that we moved.
Yes.
We're seeing a lot of chatter. We've got a couple of intelligence sources saying that things are getting riled up with the other Second Dawn group, and that situation's getting worse. I don't know how much backup we can reliably get, but maybe there's a way to do some sort of hostage exchange or something like that. To get Gladly back.
And not fish?
I mean, I assume fish too. I mean, are they held together? We don't know.
No, yes, I suppose that's true. We have hostages. We have hostages to exchange.
We have a hostage who I don't believe is going to be very valuable. Maybe we need new hostages. Maybe we do. Maybe we try and take their strike team and trade them
That's
for our people.
This strikes me as unnecessarily violent, Miss Marcy.
Okay, well, what do you fucking want to do then?
Want to make sure my cat doesn't try to destroy my dice bags. Stop it!
He's excited about the dangly.
Yeah, of course he is.
Cal Get huffs a little, and she goes,
Do you have anyone who is skilled in stealth that we could try to extract someone silently? I would be able to lead a mission like that, but I would need more time to be able to recover my magic.
I don't know. Let's find out. Captain, one of the size that has like a slightly different decoration on his shoulder patch salutes. Any of your people have covert training? And two of the sides step forward and salute. So it looks like you've got two people that are decently capable of working with you on a stealth mission. And then Mercy is like, and of course I want to go with you.
Well, it may be helpful to have a sensitive to combat another sensitive, or at least give us alerts. I haven't tried the sending stone, but it's very likely they've confiscated it.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think it's worth contacting them to see if they would like to organize an exchange? Perhaps there's something they want besides a hostage?
I mean, I don't know, because contacting them kind of gives our hand away that we're close and in position, versus right now we could be anywhere.
That is
But
true.
making contact might not be a bad idea. I mean,
Mhm.
shit, I don't know. This is why I'm not in charge.
Yes, same with me. The one who was supposed to be in charge decided to not be, and they made some very poor decisions instead. You have contact with Tone.
Yeah, not with Tone specifically, but we've got sort of the contact with the dispatch, and then we can loop in Tone, if he's available.
Yes. And that's a big if.
He's got a lot going on right now. This seems like fucking world's falling apart.
Yes. No, I agree. Well, I think our two options are wait the 8 hours that I could wait the time that I would need to properly cloak us for a rescue mission, or we just are completely upfront and ask for them back by using the sending stone and see what they want. I think the intention of this mission means the latter is very against what we were aiming for here. And I don't believe that these two will come to harm. They are they are fairly talented at convincing people to hear them out and be on their side. So it's not like we will lose direct contact as an option. And I think I'm leaning towards waiting and trying to recover them as silently and stealthily as we can.
All right, Cleric. It's completely up to you. I'm leaning a little more towards Colin, but yeah, whatever. I'm.
Cal is still in scrunkly wet cat mode, so I think she sits up and just like hugs her knees and just like, this is hell. I'm in hell.
Cleric, if I'm being honest, I think we are already seeing way more force here than we expected in a much more complicated situation. I'm not even sure we've got the resources to finish this mission as intended. Maybe we just
I
salvage
think
what we
we are
can.
already doomed. All right.
Doom's a little pessimistic, okay? Let's cool it with the doomed stuff.
you have more experience with this than I do. I don't know the scale of which I should be worried. If you believe the best thing is to recover our members and come out with as little lost as we can, I will not argue with you. It was difficult. I did not even manage to get more than myself out through stealth in the first place, so I don't know why I expected to be able to do that for anyone else.
Well, based on your report, it was a real bear trap there, so lucky you got out at all. But yeah, I mean, we can put the sides in position and kind of be ready to strike if things go sideways. Maybe we keep a stealth team together, and if the negotiations fall through, we distract them with something, and then we still send people in. I don't know, but maybe we can just do that and be ready for anything.
All right, I agree.
Um, back in the um, jail, almost as soon as Celeste and the others leave, uh, you can hear the sending stone start ringing and ringing, ringing, stops, ringing and ringing, ringing, and it stops. Um, what are you guys doing now that you have a bit of alone time?
May's thinking. She's just thinking to herself. She's down on that mattress, like, always on her knees, just like staring ahead, not really seeing anything, thinking, weighing up.
So even though this is not the, I don't believe this is the usual Sending Stone network, correct? Like between the detectives.
That was Cal's thought, is that she would call the confiscated sending stone.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that part of that network?
Yes. So it'd be
Okay.
the one that goes to May, Fish, Cal, and Isle.
Yeah, that's exactly. So when it rings and rings and rings, she's just sitting on the bed thinking, what if it's her?
What if? As
Well, gladly, I wish you luck with your new post, your new job. You seem to be bouncing from job lately, but whatever works for you.
May barely even hears them. She's thinking too hard.
Cool.
Miss Gladly, if you're gonna change jobs or whatever, if you could get me out first, I'd appreciate that. That'd be a real bro move, I think. Um, did you see that? Did you see that guy who was in the back?
Yeah, he was pissed.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what one of my reflections is doing here, to be honest. It's kind of like, whoa, blast from the past, Am I right?
One of yours.
Oh yeah, I made that guy. It was like a commission type thing, like a couple months ago. Someone was just like, "Hey, Cash, make a reflection. Looks like this guy," and then give me a photo. Or do you think that was the guy that they took the photo of?
Nah, that
Oh
the
my
way
god.
that he kind of shut down there was too, unnatural. I am shocked. I would have said it was a reflection by anyone else, considering the little example you gave us earlier. But good to know that you can be good at what you do sometimes.
I mean, hey man. Okay, so cards on the table. I learned from a book, all right? So sometimes I'm not the best, and sometimes I'm really good, and a bunch of rich people think I'm really good because of that book. So suck
Mm-hmm.
my dick.
I could, but I don't think Miss Gladly would appreciate it. Speaking
Kekino
of
does not want
books,
that either.
speaking of books, I really enjoyed this one that came out in April this year. It's called Casino Royale.
Oh my god, I read that. Well, I didn't read it. A friend read it and described it to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be more. I don't know. I hope it turns out
That's
to be
so
a thing.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's
Mm.
like we need new like franchises, you know?
Yeah. Yep. I keep having this dream of one that starts out good but gets bad. In fact, I think I'm thinking of like multiple things. It's a recurring dream.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's about the space,
Yeah.
sometimes it's about wizards, and sometimes
Yeah.
it's about like you get what it. You know what, man? You're not so
Crazy.
bad.
Yeah. Hey, thanks. Do you know symbol stuff?
Kinda learning a little.
The second dawn gave me some like symbol stuff work to do, and now that I got two bros here who may know some symbol stuff, maybe you can help me and I don't get in trouble. Yeah, you just want to like look at some shit.
Yeah, let's.
Um, he takes you over to his desk and he takes out some paper and starts like drawing symbols, and it's kind of like, yeah, they want this to like explode in like a smoke bomby kind of way. So I know the symbol for like cigarette, and I was like, big cigarette, and like that did not work. So do you have like other thoughts of being like smoke bomb, you know?
Look, I really just started on this stuff.
God, that's okay,
Uh,
man. That's okay. Just give it a try, you know? You never know what you're gonna do.
all right, yeah, fuck it, sure. I did protect a house from a creature one time. It was pretty good.
That's
Let's.
cool. I haven't protected anything from anybody. That
Yeah,
sounds
didn't
nice.
think so. Let's make a fucking symbol roll on to
Hmm?
come up with an idea about the smoke symbol.
Hmm?
That's 4.
Okay. With a 4, you don't know what the smoke symbol is either. Um, but you are kind of like working back and forth at it, kicking around some other ideas. There is an idea to make a smoke bomb out of bad and wind symbols that doesn't really work out. Um, and yeah, you're just kind of like, wow, this is nice. I'm working, and also this guy's an idiot. This guy is so dumb. There is even
Makes me feel really good about myself.
with a 4 on a symbol roll, there is some pretty basic symbological stuff that you realize you know and he doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That was all that I had for interaction there.
That's fine. So I've got an idea what May's going to do now.
I was buying you time.
Thank you, appreciate it. As the incredible display of knowledge is being achieved over on the corner, May is like still like this, and without looking at Fish, says, "If there's a chance that I can destroy the ampule, I can stay here."
I think you can do it if they have it.
She was asking a lot of
that sounds
very
super cool.
She was asking a lot of very specific questions you wouldn't bother asking until you had it. I don't think so, anyway. Question is then how we can get you two out without implicating me.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Fish hardly ignores it.
So does me.
Well, without implicating you, it means you have to have nothing to do with it. So
Yes.
have nothing to do with it. I'm gonna try and do what I can. And when that fails, because it's not an if, I think I'm just gonna sit back and hope that Dania doesn't hate me that much, that she wouldn't come to rescue me.
Fish, she doesn't hate you. And as for your supposed inevitable failures, I don't think you need to worry because I actually do have an idea. It's just going to be a bit of a long con, perhaps.
The fuck are you talking about?
Fish, in my experience, when you argue that much with somebody and continue to spend time with them, that's not a signature of hate. And then May is going to say, now, don't do anything suspicious. This may backfire, but I have to check. And she's going to cast Mold Earth, specifically with the thing that lets you basically lift up and move the dirt. She's going to lift up the chest and move it like just a smidgen, and then like put it back down, and then just wait to see if that sets off any alarms and anyone comes running.
Give me an Arcana check because the chest is far enough away
Yeah, sure.
from you. DC is going to be 20.
Well, I've already failed. That's a 12.
Okay, a 12. You are able to manipulate dirt out that far, but it's just like tiny specks. Like the farther out from your cage you get, the harder and harder it gets. Yeah, Brash is like, oh, you almost did it. I think that looked really good. Were we talking about a magnet thing before? I like magnets.
Oh, right. Thanks, Patrick. Fish, can you activate that magnet for like a split second, or is it just on?
No, I will activate it now. In here, or will I chuck it out the thing? Do you want it? Do you want to do it? Do you want the responsibility? I feel like you would. No, actually, no, you shouldn't have it because that's suspicious. I'll do it.
The range on the magnetic field is 10 feet, and you can throw it a further 10 feet. So the chest is about like 18 feet away from you. So you can't just leave it in the cage. You do have to give it a little toss, but yeah.
Okay, well, here's what Fish is gonna do. They go up to the bars and like crouch down and reach as far as they possibly can and put it down on the ground. So like if it works and the chest comes over, they should theoretically be able to reach it and pull it over to them. Right?
Absolutely. Theoretically, that is how it works.
And May's going to be on the ready.
Theories.
May's going to be on the ready with Mold Earth in case like we need to like push the magnet bowl out of the way or something, like if someone comes in.
All right. You reach out with this ball, activate its magnetic powers. You feel all the bars around you start to vibrate and pull, and you see the magnet try to move the cage and fail and start moving a little bit back towards the cage, as it is so incredibly heavy, but because the cage is anchored, it's like dragging it back a little bit. But bomb bomb, the series of crashes, the chest flies across the room, hits the magnet, smashes open. Cat is stuck sideways to the magnet, activating and looking at everybody, as are some of the smaller like weapons and magical items that you had. The box next to it carrying your weapons falls over and tumbles across the room as your metal weapons fly towards the magnet. Honestly, it gets really dangerous. Fish has to bring their hand all the way into the bars and hide behind it because there's daggers and shit flying at high speeds, and there is now just a spiky, sharp ball of metal as not all of your stuff, but most of your stuff ended up, if not right next to Fish's cage, way closer to you.
Jesus Christ.
Fish fucking picks out from the ball as they please and skid things over to May that's hers. He goes, yeah, fucking worked. And you didn't think it would. You shot me down the time when I brought it out of my pocket.
May rolls it back to Fish and says, firstly, I was wrong. Secondly, I don't think it should look like I had the opportunity to leave or have anything to do with me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, well, then I'm taking your stuff. This thing, can it, like, open
I'm
into
sorry. No.
Yeah, no, I am. Yeah, I am. No, I'm taking it.
No, you're not taking
Why
my
not?
fucking stuff. May cast vicious words.
Okay. Give me, I believe that's a saving throw.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Vicious words. We need a wisdom saving throw for Fish.
One moment.
Doesn't want to harm them necessarily, but be like, don't fuck with me, little man.
10.
10 fails. You take 2d4 damage.
Alright, let's roll. 2. Keep rolling d4s, go on. 1, so 3.
You take 3 damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll you make. If you
And the
make it
words
relatively
May
fast.
says are, you cannot fuck me over like this. Do not take my stuff.
Fish looks May in the eyes as they pocket the multi-tool. But leaves everything else.
You're going to take the one thing that would actually be useful to me if I need to make a quick escape at some point. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, this is what I'm going to take. If you say that I can't take anything, I have to take at least one thing. How about, but like, you could choose the thing that I take, but if you say no entirely, then this is going to be the thing.
Oh, actually, you can do me a favor if you're insistent on taking one thing. Take an ascending stone and tell him that I am kind of stuck. Just so he doesn't assume that I'm dead after the welfare check I did with him. And don't fucking say anything about this. I'm not interested in this time of hearing your opinions.
Nah, I'll save it for the sanctuary. Okay, swaps the sin ascending stone for the thing. She keeps the multi-tool. Well, I mean, like, no, it's still like May does not have access to it yet. She will get access.
That's fine. As long as we should
But it's left
take
there.
Yeah. I said you better not use that stone to rib the shit out of him, Fish.
Why would I do that? I like Sinner. He's great. I really
Let's go,
think he
Fish.
should find a nice girl to settle down with sometime. Or a guy. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me.
Oh, I should have gotten you to
If,
take something else. I've changed my mind. You can take something else. Why don't you
No, I'll take
take...
the stone. I'll take the stone. I think I'm fine with the stone, actually. No, yeah, it'll be the stone. Thanks. Thanks for the stone. Puts it in pocket.
When I get out of here, I'm going to find you and stuff your shitty little ponytail so far down your throat that you'll be shitting hair for weeks.
Not my ponytail. Listen, my hair is important to me.
Maybe it's just like...
Hey.
I'd put myself in the line of fire, and you are rubbing shit in my wound right now.
Listen, it's going to be fine, okay? You've got it in with the Second Dawn people. You'll be. It's all right. And I'll call your.
Actually, Fish, wait a second. This is actually important. Let's put aside the nonsense. Give me Cat for a second and come over here.
Okay. Picks
There's
up
a lot
Cat.
of hostility here.
Picks up Cat and like brings over and so like I don't know.
Yeah, May like reaches out, takes Cat, and says, "No, come closer. I need to touch your jacket."
Well, okay. We previously established that even the gap between the thing is like even we still couldn't touch each other. So I don't know how I'm gonna fucking do that.
Right, you know, in my head, I was like, "They're out. They're already out of charge." Put your jacket on the wire, and I'm going to pull the wire towards me.
I paid $3 Canadian for this. You better not get it torn up.
Certainly looks like it. May like pulls over the jacket. May's going to cast. She's going to remove her own infiltrator armor and cast it on Fish's jacket, which means that you now get advantage on stealth checks, Inc. And then May like
you lose the defense.
Yeah, and May throws it back like across.
Okay, I'll change it back to 12 then.
Actually, no, because you did do defense through the invocations, right? That was not through the modify equipment stuff.
I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, that was through the invocations. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
No, infiltrator armor, and it loses the defense buff.
That's going to help you stay in the shadows, but only if you stay in the shadows. So stay in the shadows. Do you understand me? If you get out. And then May like is going to lob Cat so gently back towards the ball of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she'll be fine. Thanks, May. Good luck.
You're welcome. I'm going to need it. And May's just going to like now sit back and watch unless there's actually something she can magically help with to get them out of the cage.
Well, nothing I can think of that's immediately apparent, but I don't know all of your inventory. So, you know, maybe you got something that really helps you. The multi-tool could certainly help even Fish, you know, make like more symbol stuff. You know, be better at symbols.
May is going to point out her distraction stones for Fish. I'll be like, you might want to use those as well. Yeah.
Okay, take all the rocks. Got it.
Yeah.
Rock. Big rock in
May make sure
already.
it's the actual distraction stone specifically.
Yeah, and not just rocks.
Yeah.
They are.
All right. So what do you do with what do you do to try to get out? How do you try to get out of here?
Hey, when I said the bars were bending, how much were they bending?
A little.
Okay.
It's like it was trying to be drawn towards the magnet, and it couldn't be because it was anchored too well.
Okay.
Then Fish uses one of their daggers to just like start digging at the dirt to see if that can help out with unearthing the bars to try again on the magnet. So they've picked the ball back up and have that, and so now it's just like, all right, let's just try and get a little bit at a time. So they're digging.
If you were going to entirely dig out your cage, May can help you with.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
It is going to take a long time, kind of regardless, but you know that is an option.
May can't help. She's not allowed to help.
I mean, they don't know that I can do that magic. I'm more thinking about like obvious things of like I'm literally out there with you running.
Okay. Then it's as you're digging that the door starts opening and someone is coming
a drop.
in. What do you do with all the other shit that you acquired? Is it still just in a pile stuck to the magnet?
Fish took the magnet. It's all of May's stuff is just like they kicked it back a little bit, and the story's gonna be like, yeah, I used my psychic powers to try and pull the shit over. Anyway, I have my shit. You're gonna have to come in here and take it off me if that's what like they've put other stuff back away.
Is it all kind of loosely gathered together, Patrick?
Yes.
And the door is opening as we speak.
Yep.
Is it feasible for me to have time to like mold Earth a hole and like kick stuff over it?
Okay, listen, and my suggestion is
Yeah.
don't do that. Just
All
be
right.
like, can you believe what they fucking did to my stuff? Pushed it over and all this,
Yeah, fair shout. Yeah.
Who's coming in?
As the door creaks open, you see Celeste is back with 9 at her side. There is a pause as Celeste sees all of the shit just in the middle of the room, everything broken, and Fish obviously having a bunch of things that they didn't have before. And Celeste looks at that and goes, 9, can you handle it, please? And just starts walking over to May. 9 9 comes over to you, tosses a rope through the bars, and the rope starts moving like a snake and is going to try and capture you. Tie you up.
Hey, Nine, I missed you.
Yeah, I miss your charm too. I wish this
Where'd it
was under.
go?
I wish this was under better circumstances. Is all. We just, we're not meant to be enemies. We're meant to be at a cookout.
I
I was just gonna say
know.
lovers.
How about we go do that? Do you want to go do that? I'd love
to do that. Are you gonna renounce all of your loyalties to the sanctuary and any other restrictive form of governance?
May snorts.
Okay, you know that I would. I'll do it right now. I don't give a shit. Come on.
I don't
you know
know
me.
that. I don't know
No,
that
you
at all.
don't? Oh, okay, but like I would. Into your ear, perhaps?
You can whisper me sweet nothings once I get you all wrapped up and safe. How's about that? Brashy boy, just step away from the bars into the back and take care of you. You can choose to try to avoid the snake, and I'll do a dexterity saving throw.
Trying to avoid.
Okay.
No, trying to
Dexterity?
avoid. Like 9 is having to fucking come in here if she wants anything.
All right, you got it.
Yeah.
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
12.
12 is not going to do it. You are entirely and completely wrapped up, and you are restrained. In just a moment, you'll be able to try and free yourself again, but you are like cocooned in rope. And 9 has her shotgun out and kind of like loosely pointed at you as she enters in and starts not really even gathering up your stuff, gathering up things that are easily reachable. Some stuff she just kind of like kicks out the door. Meanwhile,
no, 1 second. Fish mutters to her, you see the sending stone right there?
Yeah.
Do you know who that goes to?
Hun, why would I have any idea? The sanctuary, maybe?
Do you want to try it out?
Yeah, okay. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Charlie Echo Foxtrot Gabba. Who's out here on the line? Hey, Ma. City boy! Oh my goodness! Wow, May's got a direct line to you. Oh, do I hear wedding bells?
May's like white knuckled, honestly.
What's going on with you, sugar boots? Oh, just working? Yeah. Yeah, no, she's here. Yeah, we captured her. Yeah, no, it's funny. Oh, it's not funny. Okay. Yeah, you can come by for a visit. No, I'd love to have you here. Okay, well, you need to call more often. You know your brother calls me once a week? Yeah, once a week. No, I don't call him first. Yeah. Last time he was over some dead body and was like, I should call Ma. You know? It's just what a good son does. All right. Well, yeah, you get your cute little patoot down here, and yeah, we'll talk then. Yeah, you, me, and May. That's right. Oh, Fish is here too. Yeah. It's some sort of sanctuary thing. Yeah, come on down. All right. Bye.
And Fish smoothly says to Nine, and so don't say I didn't never do anything for you. And then just goes with it, and then, like, just cooperates fine.
Yeah. No. That was nice. Thank you, Fish. As she gets the stuff out and uh, uh, clears the cage. Um, as this is happening and May is going through it, Celeste comes over and uh, sits at the bars with you, and you notice she sits a lot closer, like she's actually in reach of you from behind the bars. And she is listening to this conversation, and she's like, "Do you know Nine's son? I believe."
Yes, I owe him my life, actually.
Oh, that's excellent. This is Mr. Drum, right? Not the math one.
The math one.
Oh, yes. I think that's her youngest. I sort of tune her out when she speaks. So, Miss Gladly, I am willing to ignore this amusing escape attempt, which clearly you had nothing to do with. But I think that we can help each other. I am seeking some information that I believe you may hold, and if you cooperate, we will hold you, and if you would like, your friend as well, and we will hold you for a few days, after which point you will be allowed to join our organization, or if we must go our separate ways, we will release you elsewhere.
I don't suppose there's any way of convincing you to let that one go earlier. Pointing at fish. Or at least, I don't know, to a separate room or something.
We may be able to do a separate room, yes.
Perfect. And then I was going to say, what sort of information, Celeste?
Well, it seems information I am supposed to know and don't. You know the gentleman who so rudely dragged me out of here for a meeting. He's in charge of another one of our cells, which, at least theoretically, all report to me. Some of them have their own feelings about certain topics. We've had problems in the past with some of our cells being a little too zealously anti-mage. But this cell is, or at least should be, entirely under my control. And yet I have noticed some problems. For example, a plan I put together to kidnap the Prime Minister of Canada in order to use his office to send a public announcement that would draw out the sanctuary. And instead, I hear reports, and you yourself have confirmed, a attempted assassination and replacement.
May's just waiting.
Erasmus also tried to slit my throat.
Yes, but can you really blame him, Celeste?
I can, but only because that's explicitly against orders. I'm afraid Erasmus harbors quite a bit of hatred towards those with magic and is liable to do what he thinks is in my best interest rather than what I order to be in my best interest. 9 is like, oh, did he do that? He
Yeah.
is such a dickhead.
Maybe, okay, do I have like a little cut here? Maybe, could you maybe kiss it better?
Oh yeah, no, kisses don't do a whole lot for healing, but let me just like slaps a big glob of spit on your neck and kind of rubs it in. It's like, this is an old trick taught to me by a homesteader. We're gonna get that, and that's gonna bring the swelling down. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. Really helpful.
Yeah, welcome.
You're really good at this stuff. I'm not gonna stop.
I mean, May's just waiting because, like, was it that it was the Second Dawn's attempt to assassinate and replace Durf?
Yep.
Yeah.
She is pretty strongly implying that her loyal minions are not so loyal, and that things they may be doing to attack the sanctuary are not with her say-so and potentially explicitly against her orders. And she's now getting an outside view of someone who doesn't really have a reason to lie to her about this.
Yeah, May's just like waiting for her to actually ask a question.
Miss Gladley, please tell me what you've heard about the activities of the Second Dawn in Canada.
May tells her, but maybe leaves out like finer details that could give away useful information about the sanctuary.
Okay. No operational details.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is what I've heard as a freelancer and also from generally being in the area.
Yeah. I suppose we can speak candidly. You were a former employee of someone you called the Benefactor. Is that correct?
Yes.
We are current partners, I suppose you could say. They have been supplying us with goods and weapons, money and access, And in exchange, they ask for certain missions to be undertaken on their behalf, including snatching that one, gesturing to Brash. I don't particularly care for having my organization treated as a errand running service. So I have always kept a cautious eye on the groups that they have had most contact with. And they recommended and established a base for us that I believe was the cell operating in Canada, led by our rude friend there. I will not be made a fool of if they have compromised my organization. So while we have some need of the ampule, I think it would be best to reveal to you that we do not currently have it, or at least I do not, since
Yeah,
it is
Cell
supposed to be
does.
held. It is supposed to be held by that group in St. John's.
Well, that does change some things, Celeste. I take it you don't trust them with said ampule.
It leaves me very concerned.
May is just waiting, like, what do you want from me?
Do you know of any way to disable this device remotely as a failsafe?
So Patrick, that's the kind of the device that so we've been working on the locating. We didn't have a way at the sanctuary. Yeah, to locate it. Okay.
Getting rid of it, like disabling it entirely, is a crazy undertaking. Obviously, something asked by somebody who like kind of sort of knows the magic involved, but doesn't really. That's not possible. Not without like having the thing there to study for like 10 years.
Yeah.
But that's what she asked.
Fish has a thought that is an answer to the question, but will not voice it. I'm just making note of it.
May says, if there were such a way, but the sanctuary would have destroyed it already. Hell, I would have destroyed it already if there was such a way. That I know of, anyway.
Well, I suppose we will have to use more circumspect methods. Thank you for your help, Miss Gladly. We'll leave you here comfortably while we accomplish our current mission objectives, and then we'll see about perhaps folding you into this organization.
May just nods.
She stands up and goes to leave. However, while she does so, Nine is kind of kicking all of the stuff into like a corner of the room. It's now farther away from you than it was before, but it's also like less organized, which means it's entirely possible that she missed some things that Fish was able to like hide on their person, in addition to the magnetic sphere. So we will resolve that in just a minute. But as she is kind of kicking things away back into the room, she's like, "What the hell? Hey, someone's getting a call. This is the other Sending Stones, right? I don't know. Boss, do we like answer it, or what's sort of the protocol here? Who is this connected to?
Um, uh, uh, legit, my girlfriend.
Oh, that's so sweet. That was a tall one, yeah?
Yeah. She doesn't answer. So I'm shocked that she's calling. uh,
Well, I mean, we really gotta. 9. No, we do not need to give the phone to the prisoner.
oh, I'm not asking, Miss X. I wouldn't burden you with my relationship troubles.
And you are right not to. Celeste, it seems like such a shame. They're like two ships in the night. Just, you may answer the phone and convey information if you would like. Just remember our operational security. Hello? And this is talking to Cal.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Is this 9 Rosewood speaking?
Yeah. Oh, is this that little necromancer girl? I'll speak up, darling. I can hardly hear you. How are you?
I am looking to negotiate the release of my party members.
Okay. Not sure that we can do that. There are prisoners, and they were trespassing, and that is dangerous for our mission. But yeah, let me pass that along. Hey, yo, Celeste. Yeah. No, it's for you. Yeah, like a hostage exchange. Yeah.
That Galliginous Denier, that one of my many girlfriends, she's always token business.
Oh, really?
Uh,
You and the necromancer?
Me and everyone, baby.
Mate, full body
Wow.
turns and looks at Fish. By the way.
Wow. Well, I'm just gonna say, had a friend like that back in the day, bit him in the ass in a big way. We found him shot with 3 different guns in bed, and none of those girlfriends were ever seen again. Alibis all the way, but we know what happened. You just be careful.
It wouldn't be a bad way to go out.
Yeah, that's true.
Jesus
Especially if it's like
Christ.
in the middle, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
May, you're monogamous, you don't fucking get it. Anyway.
Hello, Detective Denier. How can I help you?
um, we are both aware that you have something that the sanctuary needs back, and I am looking to find out what you want in return.
What the sanctuary needs back? Are you referring to a certain magical device by any chance?
That's open for negotiation, I'll take it, but no, I was looking for the detective.
Ah. Well. Tell you what. I will guarantee proof of life once per day for the next 3 days, provided that your various thugs stay out of this town and out of our way. You pull back, and we pull back. At the end of 3 days, we will release them at an undisclosed location in the southern United States, unharmed.
You'll be transporting them.
Well, we can't very well let you back in. And we have our own things to accomplish.
Celeste, was it?
Indeed.
This
Is it
doesn't
cleric or detective?
cleric, but in this situation, detective is more appropriate.
Mhm. Very
This-
well, Detective Denier.
I may not be incredibly experienced in sanctuary dealings, but I was raised, like all necromancers, to have understanding of politics and negotiations, and this does not quite strike me as a particularly fair deal. And really, I think you are well aware that the sanctuary does not care too much about the life of one operative.
No, which is why it won't care when our superior forces kill all the little scythes you brought with you, and you're sensitive. If they should try and force this issue.
Why wait 3 days? Don't you want us leaving your town faster? 3 days allows more time for
If you were willing
mistakes.
to leave entirely for that period of time, that would be all the better.
And in exchange,
We do not kill your friends, and they are released unharmed.
in 3 days. This is the same deal you already gave me.
Well, I suppose we could barter for something else. This Detective Fish has been causing some trouble for one of our other guests, shall we say. I would accept a prisoner exchange, you for them.
And what value do I bring to you?
Another hostage, and one more politically connected. The sanctuary can't let go of so easily.
This is true. I still am failing to see my incentive.
Your incentive is a lack of death, dear.
I'm a necromancer. We deal in death. Unfortunately, that's not really the best position with me.
Then I'm sure your faith will be great comfort while you're standing over the body of Detective Fish and whatever the seal's name is. Goodbye, Detective.
Does she hang up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As you are there in the field, weighing your options, you hear a little flutter on the breeze. It's hard to hear through the rain, but there's something out here with you. And then as you're looking around, you see flying past you, shedding the rainwater, but clearly slowed by it, a, a paper airplane of some description that seems to be making its way slowly with difficulty into town. Do you can stop it or catch it or let it do its thing?
Or like Cal catches it with Mage Hand.
Okay. You uh you take a look at it, unfold the first layer, and you recognize Goph's handwriting, which says, um, "This message is intended for May Gladly. If you are not May Gladly, please don't open it. It will explode. I'm pretty sure it will explode."
Cal looks at it, weighs her options, looks at the rain, and then holds it Mage Hand as like far as her Mage Hand can hold it away and opens it.
Okay. Um. All right. It folds open. A big fireball comes out without consuming the paper in any way, and like stays existing in the rain, just sizzling and hissing with all of the rain just in the air. And then the fireball like starts collapsing in on itself and shrinks and disappears, and you just have a piece of paper.
Yeah, Cal pulls it back, reads her paper.
This is a message from Goph. It says, "Oh, hey May. Um, yeah. So we're having some problems with the machine. Really kind of kicking some rocks here. So we wanted your expertise on something. We booted it up for a test, and we're getting some kind of weird readings. We're kind of out of options here, so we're just wondering if you could think of anything that we might try as well. Yeah, right back to let me know."
Cal will pause. Right. May has been captured. My apologies. Claire Collision and then hold out the little piece of paper to the airplane to see if it can deliver it back.
So you write on a separate piece of paper?
Yeah.
Because the airplane is now completely unfolded into this letter that you're reading, and it doesn't know what to do with being handed a piece of paper. If you want, you can write on the message.
Yeah, and then Cal realizes that after a second, then goes, "Oh, excuse me," and then gently plucks it out of the air and writes the same thing on the back of it.
The ink soaks in and disappears, and then new words reappear, just going, "Oh, hey, how the hell are you, Cal? Yeah, is some May's not available?"
Bad. Period. That is correct. Period.
Alright, shit. Well, if you see her, I guess, tell her we got some weird readings, and we're not really sure what to do with it, so maybe if we get some help, we can get this sorted a lot faster. You know, everybody's kind of gone right now at the sanctuary, so there's not a lot of other people we can ask. Yeah, is the mission going well, other than May being, indisposed or captured or whatever?
No, period. They may kill fish, comma, that may not be a bad thing, comma, however.
I think that's a bad thing. I like fish. Oh, shit. Okay. Is there any way to get this piece of paper in front of May?
Would it, if I let it go, would it be able to find her? It'd be underground in a bunker.
Oh, no, it can't open doors.
All
Maybe
right.
if you like open the trap door and just kind of like tossed it down.
All right. I suppose it doesn't hurt to try.
Hey, thanks. You're a lifesaver. Yeah, try and get May and Fish back. I don't want them killed. That's not good. You know, you need any help with anything? Just let me know. Yada yada yada. Call me. Um, haven't worked on your ring yet. Just kind of put that off. For now. Hope you're not worried. How are you doing?
I already said bad.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess just chuck the plane in a hole, and maybe it'll figure it out.
Always an interesting experience speaking to Hugo.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to talk to you too. And you gotta like travel to try to find the nearest like tunnel back in if you're gonna drop it down. What do you do? Do you try to sneak yourself? Do you go in force? Do you just hold on to it until later?
She's gonna hold on to it, and the next time a like cleaver is going out to recon or something, just being like, if you have an opportunity to just like chuck it in, go for it. If not, whatever.
All right. About an hour after this conversation, a cleaver comes back to camp from rounds of rotation. Um, uh, he has a little bit of blood splatter on his armor and gives you a thumbs up.
Um, not that I know that you are not people of very many words, but may I get an explanation?
Um, it is mostly like one word sentences that need clarification. And eventually Mercy just fully reads his mind and tells you what happens to speed things up. During his rounds, he came across a group of Second Dawn operatives that were getting into position. They had opened the hatch, and so he crumpled up the ball and just threw it in the hatch during the middle of this tense confrontation. And then one of the Second Dawn members attacked him, and he gravely injured that Second Dawn member before a mutual retreat.
And I imagine this man is tall, so with great difficulty, gives him a pat on the shoulder, and he goes, "Thank you, good work."
He gives you another thumbs up, and then he goes back to his next rounds. All right. As as May sort of deals with whether she is going to maybe join the Second Dawn or not. Do you you now know that there is an open line of communication to the outside world, where you could potentially be ransomed or something, and you you also know that Sinner is on the way for a family meetup. What do you do? Anything you say to Celeste in this moment, or anything like that?
All right, she's still there.
Yep.
I just wanted to ask, did Fish overhear the whole standing over Fish's dead body and whatever the name of the seal is?
Yes. You can clearly hear the one side of the conversation.
My name is Kekino.
Yep, that Fish says it's Kekino.
Kekino. Learn it. Meanie.
His alias is Detective Burgers. What was it again, hon? Sweetheart? Baby boy? Yeah.
Detective Burgers. PhD.
Mantis Toboggan.
Okay. Well, huh. I don't really know what to say to that. 9, do you have anything? No, I think that's a great name, sweetie. Thank you. Very well. I will leave you to consider your predicament. Next time we have a call, perhaps it would help you all to convince your cohort to leave us alone, so we may continue our work and you may be unharmed. And she's just talking to Fish in this moment, because there's been no discussion of kind of like May as a member of the sanctuary anymore. You know, you don't know if you're all the way in, but you're definitely foot in the door.
Okay, well then Fish considers this for a moment and then says, Don't exchange me for her. That's like, I understand the whole political thing I think you mentioned, but don't do that. I'm a lot more. I'm worth a lot more. Godkin, you see.
I don't really know what that is, so good for you, I suppose.
It means his father's a literal god. Oh, sorry, their father. Sorry.
No, Fish is they, he. It's just that he doesn't get used a lot.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Only he, him, when they're
When
being
angry.
a particular menace, which they are.
That's
so.
why.
Yeah.
That's why they said, "Don't fuck with me, little."
Yeah.
Interesting. And May, do you think this is a sort of relationship where there could be some fire and brimstone or anything to happen to them?
I'm inclined to say yes. Maybe roll deception because she doesn't actually know anything about Fish's dad.
I'd say deception. Yeah.
It's not hot.
No, by Fish having offered up this info to begin with, can that give advantage, please?
Because
it's
there.
very,
Yeah.
it's very much meant to be a like, oh, you want me around.
Well, it was my deception now because it's lower. It is a 13, so the alternative was a nat 1.
Well, it seems like she is somewhat worried about this, and is like, 9, let's make sure that everyone is comfortable and safe here tonight. Suppose we can discuss it more when things are a little more settled. And she does seem like a little rattled, being like, God, another thing I have to deal with. Literal gods. Awesome. Cool. I just want to overthrow a corrupt system. Please. Just a break, please. And
okay. Fish has been thinking about Jonas potentially being able to destroy the ampule, and needs to communicate this to May somehow. So after her as she's leaving, they go, you can call me Jonas, by the way. Looks at me, winks.
They're gonna have to roll insight because with no context, that's a little bit like what?
I'd say roll insight with disadvantage.
Yeah,
Shit.
well, that's a net one, so we can't get any more disadvantage. Yeah, so that makes that
This is just fucking
a
around.
3.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just wait. Fish could just wait until no one's in the room.
They've never had a thought in their,
in their
life.
life.
Yeah.
A
The
moment,
door
Celeste.
closes and everybody leaves.
May turns to
And
Fish
then-
and is like, should I call you Jonas now? What was that about?
Yeah.
Fuck no, don't do that.
Is Jonas like a cool
Shut up,
nickname?
shut up. I'm talking about no, don't call me it. I'm talking about fucking Jonas. He can destroy the ampule.
Well, we have to contact him first. And I also don't know that we want to contact him.
I also don't know who that is or what that is.
It's nothing rash. Nothing
Okay.
that concerns you.
I'm pretty concerned. I'm like in jail right now for a crime I did not commit, and that is super concerning to me.
May looks at Fish wordlessly. Actually, no, May
And they
messages
just-
Fish. May messages
they-
Fish, but like real subtle, and is like, I don't know how much more of this matter.
Like Fish just throws up their hands and out loud goes, "See, it should have been Danielle, not me." As in the leader.
Yeah. May just like kind of gives like a helpless shrug and then says, "Well, it's probably for the best that she got out. She has a lot more pull with the sanctuary than we would."
Yeah. Good luck to her.
Yeah.
Good luck to her. Hey, so they were talking about me, right? And they were like, this guy told us to kidnap him, and that was the benefactor?
Mm-hmm.
That is so not cool. You do work for a guy and you get paid, and then you're like, cool, this like deal is over, man. And I don't know why he wants me imprisoned,
You
but
work
that's
for the benefactor?
very not cool. Oh, I mean, work for is kind of strong. He just like commissioned me for some like random reflections, and he gave me some cash, and then he gave me like an invite to this like fancy party where I got taken. That's where I got taken from. And yeah, that one guy that looks like the photo that I made, that was one of his orders, man. Yeah.
Huh.
Guess you're just really in demand when you're the best reflection guy ever.
Right. So it's telling me that reflection was ordered by the benefactor.
Yeah, man.
And now they're here.
And he's in charge of the cell that has the ampule.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but perhaps that information might be worth volunteering? If only to Celeste in private?
Volunteer to who?
Well,
Oh my god.
you do it. You tell her. You say that the idiots were talking and that you figured out with your smart brain, and you'll be more valuable to her.
That's a good idea.
Do you think they'll let me go?
So was Brash included in the 3 days out they go thing?
Nope.
No.
No.
May says, I think so long as they think you're useful, They probably want to keep you.
So
Of course, the
I don't
alternative.
particularly want to
not
be kept.
useful. Want to be super not useful. I got
Well,
you.
of course, they could kill you in that case. Keep you quiet.
It's
This is a
always
tough
something,
find.
you know? Like,
It is indeed.
well, I shouldn't tell them stuff because then I'm useful.
I
Maybe you
think
shouldn't fucking talk at all.
That's pretty rude, Jim. And I don't like that. Or, sorry, Jonas? Jonas. That's
fish.
pretty rude, Jonas.
I think perhaps keep doing what you're doing for now, and I'll see if I can perhaps, I don't know, somehow weasel you out of here.
As as Brash gets upset, he goes back to his desk and starts making more symbol drawings and working on that stuff. You don't have any more water, but he is looks to be remaking a reflection diagram like he was doing before. Give me a symbol check, either of you, or both.
Let's do both.
That's a 14. May's still doing a bit of big thinking.
5.
14 and 5.
Yeah.
5, you're just like, why is
He
this
sure
guy
was dumb.
here? He's so dumb. With a 14, you're like looking at this idiot draw symbols that are so much more complicated than anything he has very clearly failed at. There's no way this guy is a symbol expert of any kind, let alone something complicated like reflections. He said something about learning from a book, and
He's right, memorized it.
And the benefactor wanted him, and then had him kidnapped. It's just, it seems weirdly circumstantial. And you recognize a couple of the symbols that he's doing, but this is advanced shit. This is an entire page that he's clearly doing from memory.
I think she's going to leave out the part about this guy being an idiot. She's going to say, like, kind of say, like, basically say, like, I'm sorry, you've memorized this. You haven't actually learned it, have you? Haven't you?
I mean, isn't learning just memorizing? You know, just like.
But do you understand what you're doing?
Right? Yeah, like yeah, you get ink on the brush and you make the shapes and you put that in a reflective surface and that makes a reflection, and that's super dope.
Incredible.
You interpret that as no, he doesn't know
Yes.
anything about symbols or how they work.
Okay. I'm kind of tempted to try and get May to retrieve that so she can at least like record that. Yeah, I might do that if I could like slowly use Mold Earth to like tumble Cat towards me.
Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah. Still not hot. May is she's going to throw it at all times. That's a 14.
14, you reach out and Cat was kind of left on a pile that's a little closer to you, but you can just sort of like nudge and she moves like an inch. You're gonna have to keep like working at it, and it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother then. In that case, unless someone interrupts me, she's going to be doing extremely like big thinking about actually how to locate and destroy the ampule. Sorry, just destroy it or like dismantle it or in some way make it unusable. Like in terms of like this is a project with her she is now turning her attention to.
As Fish is like, this idiot, I hate him. And go back to your bunk to snuggle Kekino. Kekino goes, is it gonna be okay, Dad? I'm a little scared.
I don't know, buddy. I'm a little scared too, but it's gonna be okay. It'll work out. Like, you know, we've survived worse than this. You've survived worse than this in such a small amount of time you've been alive. We're gonna survive
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, these are really scary. Yeah, just really scary. And as you lay back and rest and perhaps try to think about how to escape, something is nagging at you. Can't quite place it. But the symbols that Brash is drawing are familiar to you in some way. You don't know them, but you've seen them somewhere before.
Roll a history to think of where that may have been.
Sure.
Mm. That's a 4.
Okay. With a 4, you really can't place it. It's kind of like you can feel it just out of reach in your mind that you've seen it somewhere. And most of your education in symbols is in the sanctuary, so maybe it was in the sanctuary, but maybe you saw it before you were getting educated, or maybe because you didn't learn these symbols, you don't know what they mean. You've just seen them before, and yeah, it's just really reaching, and you just can't place it.
I bet Dad could help.
Maybe you want to try and talk to him?
It's really embarrassing that I'm trapped in a cage, though.
Yeah, but maybe Granddad's been trapped in a cage. You don't know.
Okay. Fish is willing to do it.
Okay.
However, we are running low on time.
Yep. You sit in the cage and try to commune with your father. As you are slipping more fully into this meditative space, you're a little bit distracted at first by a sound. Um, just a little crack open your eyes a bit to see a paper ball rolling along the ground heading towards May. Just ignore it. You close your eyes again, settle into that deep place, and you feel that first touch of connection with your dad. And as you're reaching out in this process, May can open the message and see, hey May, or whoever else opened this, if it's not May, please give it to May. It won't explode this time, I promise. Hey May, we're having some problems with the machine. We're wondering if there's anything you can do to any ideas to try to fix it.
May writes back, I need more information than that, guys. Also, I have been kidnapped.
Oh yeah, no, we heard about the kidnapping. That really sucks. I hope the sanctuary is taking care of it. We chatted with somebody who's gonna maybe do something and send some backup. That's a real bummer, and stay safe. While you're there though, we just kind of hooked some stuff up to do a test run. We were talking about. We don't have the full machine together. Most of the range extenders we're still kind of working on, but we want to make sure the core systems work. So we turned it on, and it was just like immediately, like boop, there it is. There's the ampule. We found it, but we're like, obviously that's not right. So we did it a couple more times. It just kept coming up, and we're just kind of a little confused. We've tried a bunch of tests. We've taken a couple of things apart and put it back together, and everything seems to be right. So we're just kind of wondering, if we can pick your brain about anything specific about what's going on with the items here.
What do you mean? How's that a weird reading? What do you mean with the
Oh, because
ampule?
it's like, oh, the ampule is right here. It's in the sanctuary. It's right on top of us, and it's like, well, obviously not. Clearly we're thinking it's picking up some subsequent reading from where it was stored, maybe, or maybe we got some interferences with some of our equipment. We think, it's hard when we got all this ancient and modern stuff mixed together. Maybe the modern stuff is picking up the ancient stuff, whatever. Yeah, it's in the sanctuary, and obviously that's bullshit. So, yeah. Any ideas?
They is just like, um, she writes back, not sure, full stop. Let me think, full stop. And then after a moment adds, I'll get back to you over the next day or so. And is going to fold the paper up and slip it in her bra because that's the most secure place she has. And then is going to sit there and think, fuck. There's obviously nothing wrong with the machine. They have the ampule. What do I do now?
And as May is silently having her existential crisis, Fish starts leaving the feelings of this world behind and can start to hear more of their father's realm. And as they float through the ether, the place where their father resides, keep getting distracted by those goddamn symbols. You just keep finding yourself kind of breaking into meditation. It's really annoying because you know this, right? You know this, and it's fucking pissing you off. And you just kind of like can see them in your mind's eye, and they start to float, kind of like rotate and spin in your mind. And you're like, well, maybe I didn't see him like in that form. You've learned that rotating symbols, making them bigger or smaller, can like affect their usage. The very specific things there. I don't know. Maybe you just saw them in a different form, and then as you finally, through strength of will, push yourself through the barrier, and you see your father standing in front of you as you open your eyes. Hey, Fish, how you going? And see the tattoos running along his body. Place it. A nat 20 that you got several sessions ago of tattoos. Tattoos now know regard reflection. Tattoos on forearms. And with that nat 20, long delayed, you finally realize why it bothered you. Reversed symbols are common enough. They're used in a lot of spell work. A set of symbol tattoos where every single symbol is mirrored. That's unusual. And you think back to Grand Mage Crown and his tattoos. Or rather, the reflection of Grand Mage Crown. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Hey, guess what?
What?
I fucking figured this out months ago.
I was wondering what your theory was.
When I
But
say
our
figured it
crown-
out, I started thinking it.
So
Yes.
our crown is a reflection.
Yes.
Grand Mage Crown is a reflection.
Okay. When was it